Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue the playthrough of the Talos Principle 2. So this is unfortunately a game with so much lore, especially given that this is the sequel to the previous game, and very much follows on from it, that I cannot reasonably tell you everything right at the start now, because if I did, we would probably be here for a good half an hour or so. So I'll just give you the short version. We are an android. We are a member of a species of androids. They call themselves humans because Homo sapiens are extinct, and Homo sapiens built them originally. The situation was such that humanity knew it was going to go extinct, and it had a bit of time to put some measure in place to see that they'd have a legacy. And what they did was they built a bunch of hard-wearing android bodies, but they weren't at the point where they could create an artificial intelligence that was comparable to a human being, which presented a problem. They couldn't just create an android that was an analog to themselves immediately. The way they solved that problem was they set up a supercomputer that would apply an evolutionary algorithm to generate more and more intelligent artificial intelligences over time. And then once they had solved a specific series of tests that were being put to them, the algorithm would complete, and then it would upload the successful AIs to the android bodies. Or more specifically, it would actually take several of the more successful members of the last generation of android AIs, and then it would randomly combine them to create new individuals which were hopefully equivalent in intelligence. Anyway, this all happened, but it happened after a long time, hundreds of years at least, and so the androids woke up in the world after humanity had already left a few hundred years before. Everything was in quite a state of disrepair, and they started building up again. A couple of interesting things happened. The first one is that in the early days they were quite ambitious. They set up one settlement, and then once that was going reasonably well, they set up the first settlement was called New Jerusalem, and then they set up a second one called New Alexandria, and apparently there had been a mistake at the power generation plant that I think was using natural gas. There was a mistake in its construction, and it exploded, taking out a large part of the population. And the individuals, or rather the denizens of New Jerusalem, took that as a warning that, okay, well, I say the denizens of New Jerusalem because the survivors from New Alexandria then went to New Jerusalem, and that's probably where most of them came from originally. But that group, they decided that, okay, that's a lesson about hubris. We must limit ourselves. We mustn't push the envelope too far. Now they've got major problems because they haven't been exploring like they should be. They haven't been gathering resources like they should be. They haven't been developing technology like they should have been. They've got major energy problems. Basically, there's a lot of evidence that this conservative policy has caused them great grief. Then, suddenly, they were contacted by someone who claimed to be Prometheus, who appeared as a giant hologram in the sky and invited them to this island. Now, the interesting thing is that they don't have technology like that. So who does? There was also they came to the island, and they found these gigantic megastructures all across it, and these puzzles for them to solve. So someone's gone to a great deal of work to create tasks for them to complete, and also have clearly built on a massive scale. But they don't know who those are. There is now evidence, we got this last stream, that these are actually some of the survivors from New Alexandria who were presumably, who it seems must have been presumed dead and just left behind or something, because otherwise they would have been accounted for. How else do you explain that there were some androids left who could have built this, who the citizens of New Jerusalem didn't know about? Anyway, that's what we're currently working off of, and it looks like whoever these people are that built this, they also have, they also don't have a consensus on what their essentially foreign policy should be going forwards. We've been approached by Sphinx and Pandora, neither of which seem particularly happy that we're here, even though Prometheus invited us. So there we go. That's the best I could do to try and recap the game relatively quickly. And yeah, we're solving the puzzles that have been put here, presumably for us to solve. Okay. I can hear something off in this direction. I don't see it. As I'm going mad, I swear I heard something that sounded like twigs breaking or something. Well, I definitely heard it then. That appears to be... What is that, actually? At first I thought it was a sphinx, but a sphinx wouldn't have wings. I'm pretty sure a sphinx doesn't have wings, does it? Does a sphinx have wings? Just looking this up quickly. A sphinx does have wings, so that is a sphinx. My mistake. So I didn't find the source of that sound. What I'm obviously looking for is the next puzzle. Which probably isn't around here, to be fair. I've just kind of got sidetracked. Hello. Okay, this is interesting. We found symbols like this before, but we've never located. So I should clarify. There are little signs around that help us navigate, and in this and the previous areas we've been, there are multiple areas. We've seen these little symbols before, but we've never located an area that is actually associated with one. So apparently they do exist. Like, it wasn't clear what that symbol was supposed to represent and whether it was actually denoted a location or something else. But yeah, okay, so I assume this is an optional puzzle? Transposition.
It's strange that some of these puzzles seem disconnected from the rest.
Yeah.
Like it's all unfinished.
Or still evolving.
This is a jammer. Where's that connector ticking? They don't normally tick, do they? That's a bit weird. I mean, this is the sort of surface we'd use a driller to get through. But we don't currently... Ah, I see. Have access to a driller, I was going to say. This presents an interesting problem. Yeah, without a connector, I don't see how we can do that. This one's also ticking. Ah, I'll probably have to set up the connector on this... No, that won't work. Huh. What am I missing? That's the driller. And if I get a red signal to that red receiver, that will presumably drop that force field. We've got an inverter here that would let me turn the blue signal into a red. But the issue is the angle? Like, if I'm getting a red signal there, where does this have to be so that it can see both the blue... and the blue producer and the red receiver? It's not clear. Transposition. Wouldn't that mean between positions? If you transpose something, you move it between two positions, don't you? I'm a bit embarrassed to be this stumped this early. Alright, let's go over everything. We have a wall that a driller could drill through. We have a blue producer. We have an inverter, a red-blue inverter specifically. We have a red receiver. We have a driller. We have a jammer. We have a connector. We have a blue receiver. What does that one do? That's probably how we get to the end. That probably lowers the gate. But then would the red one not do the same? So we have a red receiver there, and I think I've already mentioned that red receiver. And there's the same driller. Wall for a driller. I wonder if transposition refers to the fact that we have to move an object through there. Quite possibly. It's obvious that I could do that, but then I'd have to be on the other side to benefit from it. Which I'm not. Also, I'm not... This also looks like a location would only have to go into once. because there's just one object in there that would want and nothing else in here of interest. My point being, I think it's unlikely we're supposed to jam our way to get in here if they bothered to put a red receiver. If this is a one-off location that we don't come back to again, then why would they... There wouldn't be two ways to get in, unless one of them was unforeseen by the developer. This seems to be the real puzzle. How do I... get the red signal where it needs to be? I mean, logically I'd think that would require me to be able to get up high. So that it could see over the walls, but I don't see a means to do that. What about if I tried it like this? Worked it out. Sorry, I don't know why that took me so long. And we now have the ability to move things round to the other side if we so wish. I mean, I can pass this through now. But I'm not entirely sure what we're aiming for here. Right, can this go through blue? It can't. Sorry, go through the purple. Right, we probably need red over here as well then, if I had to guess. Which is going to be easier said than done, I think. Wait, hang on, let me test something. Yeah, you are not doing the force field like I thought. You're just doing this, so it must be... The challenge, I think, is to get red and blue to these two, and nothing else. The question is, how do I get red there? So I don't think I can send a signal through the bars, which limits the angle at which the... I know. I don't know, I have a theory. Let's move this out the way. Right, now if I go round here and pass the inverter through, that's where the transposition comes from. It's the fact that I'm swapping the side that the connector and the inverter are on. Right. With any luck... Yeah, I can see that from there now. Right, that would work. The only problem now is that the... force field isn't down, but we can bootstrap it. Like so. Because I can lower the force field and then have it keep the force field down. Oh. What's that? No, that hasn't gone down. Right, so that should be that solved. And it appears to be. Huzzah! We did it.
I sent the drone to have a look at one of the other puzzle clusters. It seems they remain inert until they're connected. I uploaded the pictures to the log.
Should we check them out with the VTOL?
Let's
Vito?
conserve fuel as much as we can. There's no point in going there if it's all dead.
Well, that's one of them down. One of the triangle puzzles. So that gives me good information. That tells me that it's worth going back to the earlier areas we've been to and seeing if I can't find more of those. Do you think a developer hand-placed all of these plants? Or do you think they just wrote an algorithm to place them? I'm wondering if I do both of those, if the gate becomes accessible. Just a theory.
What is it?
Tell me about New Alexandria.
New Alexandria. What a mess. It was an attempt to start a new city, but it went about as sideways as it goes. Gas explosion, more than 30 dead, unrecoverable. Al was there for the whole thing.
But why would so much tech from New Alexandria be here?
Because the whole place was abandoned. Byron insisted that we had to rebuild, but for the survivors, it was just too traumatic to deal with. So I guess that stuff was just lying around for someone to pick up.
Yeah, but what someone? Because there shouldn't have been any other people. To the best of your knowledge. Oh, number 5. We found it. Imprisoned. What's that? I don't recognise what that is. That looks like a knot gate. Does this do something else as well? It is a knot gate. It's telling me that when I turn this on, it will bring down one force field but bring up another. And this is what I'm trying to get to in the end. Huh. How do I send a signal to a receiver that's on the inside? Presumably through there. I keep thinking that's a ladder, but it's not. Well, I guess this is how I have to start. I don't see another way. Right, and so one of the questions is how do we even get the blue signal to begin with? Well, right, we're trying to get a blue signal there. We have a connector and an inverter. Can I keep one of these down? Oh, maybe I get it. Is the idea just that I set it up while I'm on this side and then I have to access everything from the other side? The problem is the beams are going to cross if I do that. Oh, and you want blue, don't you? Oh yeah, but that's where the red is. Is there some clever way I can stop the beams from crossing? No. Not that I can see. I'd need some difference in height or something to make that happen. Which I can't currently do. I'm going to set it up and see what happens. I don't think this is going to work. But I've got no other ideas right now. So I guess set it up and try. I'm pretty sure the beams are just going to interfere and this won't function. Yeah. Exactly as I thought. Still, that confirms that this blue receiver does this force field. Is that a clue? I'm not sure it is. Ah! Hang on. I think I get it. I bootstrap it. From there, I'm not sure. Oh, from here it's not hard. There we go. Figured it out in the end. Oh well, let's keep going. Right, when we found the triangle puzzle before, the double triangle puzzle before, it was actually on a path, it wasn't just in the middle of nowhere, which suggests that following paths is a reasonable course of action. Oh, is that the other one? No, this is 6. But then why that symbol? Could this be both? Hidden. I think it could be both. We'll have to see. That is, I think, we'll have to see, but I think this could be two puzzles in one. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it isn't. Right, so I think this puzzle is just getting two objects over there. We can test that in a sec. If I put one on here and I stand here, force field goes down. Right, so that's the challenge. I mean, I haven't figured out exactly what I'm doing up to this point, but that seems like a reasonable, that seems like a likely thing that we'll probably want to do at some point. Oh. Ah, I need... Okay. How do I bootstrap it then? That's the question. Ah, I have an idea. Might not work, but it's an idea. If I bring that more over there. No, wait, that's not what I meant to do. And I can't see the blue one from there. Right, okay. But I may be able to connect this one here. Huzzah! I'm not sure how useful that's been though. Because as soon as I move either of them, this will be undone. And I don't see an obvious way to connect this up differently in a useful way. I guess ultimately I want to drop that force field. In order that I can walk this through and then it's solved. Ah, I see. That's how I bootstrap it. There we go. And now this one is free. So the next question is... Well, I guess what's the next step? There's a blue one here, so I can bootstrap this like so. Actually, I can probably do better than that. Same connection, but have it much further out. That way I can see it from farther away. Now I believe I can pick this one up. And I think we should be good. Well, that's going to drop the force field. But again, we're in the unfortunate position whereby we're using all of the parts. So I can't just pick that one up and walk it through the force field, because the force field will come back up. Right, what I need to do then is a similar bootstrap type operation. Like that. And now I think we can do it. Yep. Solved. Wonderful. On to the next one, I guess. What's going on over here? Ah, another one of these structures whose function we haven't identified. So that, okay, this is where we came from. That's where that all meets up. Interesting. Why did they bother putting a fence up there? Is this another lab I've discovered? Have we already been in here? I don't think we've been in here.
These labs seem to be everywhere, but compared to the technology we're seeing above ground, they're downright primitive.
Are we even sure that the labs and the puzzles belong to the same people?
There seems to be a connection between the experimental setups in the labs and some of the puzzle technology.
Correlation does not necessarily imply
Very primitive
causation,
door.
though.
True. But just because we don't understand the connection, that doesn't mean it's not there. What we have here is two things that reflect each other. We just don't understand how that reflection works or what causes it.
Maybe Miranda can tell us.
If we could find her. I tend to agree with Alcatraz that causation does not imply... correlation does not imply causation. But I also think it would be very strange if the two... if the labs and the puzzles weren't connected, since they're in the same geographic location and both appear to be in a functional state. Like, if those were the result of two different peoples, that would imply that there were two distinct groups occupying the same space around the same time, maybe not contemporaneously, but a very similar time, that didn't interact. I suppose if the more primitive group came first, that could make sense. They came here, left some primitive technology behind. A more advanced group moved in, saw the primitive technology, but figured, hey, this is primitive. We're just going to ignore it. But I don't know. I find that surprising. After a lifetime dedicated to the written word, I'm faced with a task that I could never have expected, writing an epitaph not only for myself but for my species. In the unlikely event that Alexander Drennan is successful and one day someone reads this, what meaningful insights can I share into this strange phenomenon that is humanity? I spent days thinking about it, but now I'm running out of time. So I'll set down the one thought that I simply can't shake. It didn't have to be this way. With more time, we could have found a cure. With a few political victories, we could have been prepared. Change any factor, even by little, and we would have made it. This isn't divine punishment, it's dumb luck. Oh no, I've got to transliterate some more ASCII again. Okie doke. Right, so what have we got? 6-9, 6D, 6D, 6F, 7-2, 7-4, 6-1, 6C, 6-9, 7-4, 7-9. Sorry, I input that wrong. I forgot I need to keep them all separate like so. Immortality. Wonderful. Right, where were we? I'm reaching for something here, but I don't know what it is. Forgiveness? Grace? Acceptance? No, I hate the idea of accepting this. Hope, maybe? I feel like this story is unfinished. Maybe it should be. No epitaphs for humanity. I pray Drennan is right. It didn't have to be this way, Miranda wrote. And yet it was, wrote someone else. Failed to load comment, wrote someone else. Well, I assume the comment didn't load. I assume that isn't what they wrote. From 51 Tales by Lord Dunsany. Karen leaned forward and rode. All things were one with his wariness. It was not with him a matter of years or centuries, but of wide floods of time, and old heaviness and a pain in the arms that had become for him part of the scheme that the gods had made, and was of a piece with eternity. If the gods had even sent him a contrary wind, it would have divided all time in his memory to two equal slabs. So grey were all things always where he was, that if any radiance lingered a moment among the dead, on the face of such a queen perhaps as Cleopatra, his eyes could not have perceived it. It was strange that the dead nowadays were coming in such numbers. They were coming in thousands where they used to come in 50s. It was neither Karen's duty nor his want to ponder in his grey soul why these things might be. Karen leaned forward and rode. Then no one came for a while. It was not unusual for the gods to send no one down from earth for such a space, but the gods knew best. Then one man came alone, and the little shade sat shivering on a lonely bench, and the great boat pushed off. Only one passenger, the gods knew best, and great weary Karen rode on and beside the little silent shivering ghost. And the sound of the river was like a mighty sigh that grief in the beginning had sighed among her sisters, that could not die like the echoes of human sorrow failing on earthly hills, but was as old as time in the pain in Karen's arms. Then the boat from the slow grey river loomed up to the coast of Dis, and the little silent shade, still shivering, stepped ashore, and Karen turned the boat to go wearily back to the world. Then the little shadow spoke. There had been a man. I am the last, he said. No one had ever made Karen smile before. No one before had ever made him weep. Blimey. Karen, of course, is the boatman of the dead in Greek mythology. Takes you to the afterlife over the river. There is an obvious and perhaps intended interpretation that this is the end of humanity, and the last shadow is the last human to live. But another interpretation is equally possible, that humanity has achieved immortality, and the last shadow is the last human to die. I prefer the latter. It's a good point that I hadn't considered. Right, trial 0.0803, version 0.08 unsuccessful. Same problem as with trial 108, repeated all calculations. And now we have a bunch more ASCII to transliterate. Where is it? There it is. Sorry, just looking for the appropriate window. This mortal must put on immortality. I assume that was... Oh wait, there were 2 more letters, and I assume that's going to spell immortality. Indeed. Let's carry on. Experiment modified to gain further insights into unexpected error, inconsistent results. That was trials 804 to 891. Trials 892 to 937. One interesting thing is I assumed this would be in hexadecimal, but we've not... The trial numbers, I mean. But we've not seen a trial number that contains a letter yet. Maybe it is decimal. Simultaneous trials affecting each other via unknown mechanism. What is going on here? Ah, so this is where they made their breakthrough, was it? When they discovered some new law of the... some new physical law they didn't otherwise knew existed. And that breakthrough then led to them advancing technologically very quickly. That raises a question. Is the technology seen in these labs significantly beyond what the New Jerusalem androids are currently capable of? Or does this all look like old hat to them? And it's only the stuff above ground that's particularly noteworthy. I wonder. So, onwards to the next puzzle, I suppose. Interesting. A path off to the side. This could be the way to the next double triangle puzzle. Or it might not be. Oh no, it goes to this structure. Okay. We were here before. But I walked cross country to get there. Hello Gambit Mojo, it's a pleasure to meet you. I hope you're having a good day. I'm glad you approve of my attire, thank you. Oh, that looks like Miranda, I would guess. Last time it was Miranda. I suppose strictly speaking we don't know that this isn't a different android.
There's so much to discover on this island that sometimes it overwhelms me. Every lake, every forest contains an incredible, interconnected, permanently changing network of organisms.
So she's
and
a
every
naturalist.
one of those organisms is almost infinitely complex and contains other organisms within itself.
True.
It seems impossible to ever really grasp, but then, step by step, I do understand. It takes time and effort, but it's not impossible. And there's a lot of joy to be found in simply taking the time to truly study something. I spent 5 years studying a single flower, and it never got boring.
So they experience boredom then? I mean, I suppose it's not that surprising, but I don't think we'd confirmed that before. You'd have thought, since they control their own programming, at least to a degree, boredom would be one of the things they might want to get rid of, or at least be able to turn off. The other thing that I noted was she was obviously studying organisms for some reason. I wonder if that was part of her project to try and make her cat immortal. She didn't have a cat yet, but she said that she intended to get a cat. She did mention what name she intended to give the cat, but unfortunately I've forgotten. But she said that she was looking into, or she wanted to learn how to make a biological organism immortal. I would also note that hers seems to be the only profile that wasn't deleted from their database. Which again singles her out, and she's the one whose records we've been finding. I could be very, very much mistaken, but I do wonder if she perished and then for some reason they decided to leave her record behind as a remembrance or as a warning or something, which would then be very ironic if she was the one that died when she was the one that was researching immortality. Just a guess though. Do you cosplay in such garb in real life? Oh, garb IRL, I see. I don't cosplay. I do dress very well, very smartly. I'm a crafter. Intelligence needs stimulation. Oh, I have autism too. I see. Pleasure to meet you, sir.
Everything okay?
But yeah, I mean, these clothes aren't directly based on any clothes I own in real life. They're actually based on real historic clothing. 1850s specifically. I got quite a lot of the designs from the Victoria and Albert Museum, although I did end up adapting the colour scheme myself. But yeah, I mean, I dress like that in real life. I may not have that exact clothing, but I don't have a top hat either, to be fair. But yeah. Oh, I'm a lady. Oh, I do apologise. Gambit's been my favourite since I was all girl. That's so boss. That you dress like that. Thank you. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, madam. What do you make of Pandora?
It's pretty clear to me that she doesn't want us to proceed with what we're doing. I find that deeply concerning. That said, there are clearly other forces at play here as well, so I'm trying my best to remain open to a more positive interpretation.
One of these things called us here, after all. It could be a test. I'm leaning negative myself. One of these beings called us here, after all.
Exactly. But we don't really understand anything yet, and this Prometheus is suspiciously absent, so I remain cautious.
Well, they're all suspiciously absent. Oh, I suppose because we've seen the holograms of the others. Yeah, that's true. You wouldn't have known. Yeah, but I should have asked. I'm watching stream for a bit. Have to start making lunch. No worries. Hope you have a good lurk then. Are you familiar with the game at all? Backwards propagation. Otherwise, this might be a little confusing. I'm just wondering to what degree I should be explaining things. I've seen people play this game. Oh, okay. So you're familiar with the concept. You would know what a inverter is, for example, and a pressure plate and so on. That's all right then. You may well know things I don't know then. Interesting. So we have a red receiver there and a blue receiver there. But the blue generator is on the other side of the force field that hasn't been lowered yet. It's a cool puzzle, but a little light work. I get the pun, but I have to say I haven't found this light work so far. I was trying to emoji wink. Oh, there it is. Well, So the ultimate goal then is to get the red signal to here, presumably. Well, is the other signal... The other one's blue. Get one of the signals, make it blue and get it there, clearly. The only producer I have right now is a red one. Right, I think I see the first step? What colour is it? Red? Yeah, okay. I think I see the first step. Do I? No, I don't. Because I also need this pressure plate held down. It's not like... Okay, so what I'm getting at in my head is that... Or what's going through my head right now is, since this is the only producer we currently have access to, clearly whatever the first step is in solving this, it involves getting a signal from here. But then doing what with it is the question. I have an inverter on this side, but the trouble is... I need the inverter to be holding down the force field, don't I? Or do I? Ah, possibly not. Possibly I can bootstrap it with my body. Ah, but how am I going to get the... No, that angle doesn't work. Ah, but I can use the other... Ah, can I? I can use the other inverter from this side as like a relay. But it's going to invert the signal again. So that's not actually as useful as you'd think. Unless you open a door to get more things. True, if I have access to a door with more things. I haven't seen any yet. I know I don't always voice out everything that's going on in my head. Honestly, I'm a lot better when I'm playing a game like this and streaming than I am in real life. I genuinely am sometimes a bit... I'm not communicative in the way that I perhaps should be in a lot of cases. It's a problem that I recognise I have. But what I was going to say is I haven't gone through everything I haven't verbalised everything that's gone through my head so far. But one thing I have been doing is making a mental checklist of everything I have access to. And I don't think there's an area with extra tools. So here's what I'm thinking. It seems, based on what I already know, that this has to be the case, right? Like, the first step must involve sending the red beam to this inverter and presumably round to the corner. But then what do I do with that? I could bootstrap that door. Like, can I? No, because this is going to turn it to red. I could bootstrap this. No, wait, no, I can't even bootstrap because this one's going to expect blue. So this is red. Once it reaches this inverter, it's going to be blue. But then once it reaches this inverter, it's going to be red again, is what I'm thinking. Like, it's not a connector. I can't send the blue down here and then here. And by the way, what I mean by bootstrap, if you don't follow what I mean, because that's a term, obviously that's real life terminology, but it's something that I've used to describe a pattern I often end up repeating in this game. Imagine that was a connector and not an inverter. I could send the signal going to the connector to that blue receiver, which presumably also brings down this force field. I could then send the red to the inverter, send it to the connector, in which case, in theory, you've got everything set up for the blue to go here, but the force field would be in the way, and so I would hold the force field down, then the circuit would complete, and then when the circuit's complete, that would keep the force field down. That's what I mean by bootstrap. Like a temporary step that I have to put in place, or a temporary step that I have to do for a short period just to get the circuit connected, and then I can walk away. This is a game, it's meant to play in exploration, no rush. I'm from the USA. I speak English. Try it. See what happens. Well, I can in this case because the inverter's going to change. This is an inverter, not a connector. It's going to once I get a blue signal to it, it's gonna turn it to red, which isn't much help. What I can do is this, but I don't think it's going to do any good. Like, I could... You can hear the other force fields now lowered, but if I walk away, the circuit's broken. And the force field's gone up again. Also, I apologise for over-explaining. So what am I missing? I mean, this feels like it's going to be the... Hang on. That's what I'm missing. It is a bootstrapping operation. So, take what I just did, where I took the red beam into an inverter, made it blue, blew into here, and then that became red and caused that force field to go down. The bit I was missing is I need to set up this blue producer to also try and send a signal to this inverter. And the point is, once that force field's down, then there's going to be a little part of the circuit which is sending blue to the inverter from there, and then the red into there, which keeps it down. So it will become self-sustaining. And I say it is a bootstrapping situation because, again, just like I did before, I'm going to have to stand on the pressure plate for just a second. There we go. Now, it may look like I've achieved nothing there, but if I've done that right, this should still be going on the other side. It should have become self-sustaining. And indeed it has. So I now have a permanent source of red here. Well, I say permanent. I could break it, but I believe that's the solution. Yep, all done. I don't know why it took me so long. All solved.
All impressed?
Shouldn't there be one more puzzle? Shouldn't there be 8 in the area? But I only see 7 of those. Oh no, I see 8 of those things lit up. That's a bit weird. Is that because I did an optional one earlier? Must be. Okay. Oh! It looks like I can actually... That's interesting. It looks like I can actually, like, complete the area now, even though I haven't done number 8. It looks like if I do an optional one, it can take the place of any other puzzle. That's interesting. Ooh, a fox. Look at the cute little thing. Farewell, fox. The only downside is that means the sign's probably pointing me back to where to like the beginning of the level, where I would do the Tetromino puzzle, as opposed to where number 8 is. Hello, what have we found here? Because I would like to do puzzle number 8. I'd like to have an android friend like these designs. I mean, like the characters in this game, the art design. It is a very interesting design, isn't it? And so far, they seem like such lovely people, the ones we've met. But I don't know, actually maybe one or two of them have been. We've had suspicions they may not be motivated by entirely selfless principles and urges, but the overwhelming majority of them have been lovely. Positional interchange, interesting. I'm going to be trapped in here, aren't I? Yeah, if I try to do anything with that. So that's presumably the interchange. Presumably I put something heavy on there which isn't that connector, I would guess. So we have a blue source here. A box, that's almost certainly what I need to put there. Although then again, it's on a fan. I can go in here. So this could be raised up. Okay. Okay, so let's get the blue there. And if I understand this correctly, I should be able to set up a self-sustaining red. Why is that breaking? Ah! I've never encountered that before. The blue signal is being interrupted when it crosses that piece of stone. That's actually interesting because that's a slight contradiction. I'll show you why it's a slight contradiction. If I step through here, nothing happens. That's because the game expects you to block the signal for a certain period of time before the signal actually stops. And that's what I mean by it's a slight contradiction. They're treating objects in the environment and the player differently, inconsistently. Oh, so I need to get a blue and a red signal here to get through, presumably. That's going to be interesting. Well, I have a... I have an inverter on the other side now. Right, so now all I need to do is get blue to there. Which is going to be very interesting. In fact, I've got a sneaking suspicion. Because this puzzle was called positional interchange, I've got a sneaking suspicion that I'm actually supposed to put the inverter in here and have the connector on the outside. The question then becomes, how do I get the blue there? I think I see how to do it. No, do I? I need to get red here. In a way which won't get cut off. And I can. There we go. So now the fan's on permanently. Which actually we may not want yet. Well, what I think that's part of the solution in the end, but I think we don't want that yet. Now, I think we're going to need a connector over here, which is going to receive a beam from above and then direct it into the blue. I think this is going to receive a red beam and then send it over there. So that's going to send the blue over. Now I think it's time to connect up the fan receiver. And I think that's solved. And it is. Success. Blimey. All those lines crisscrossing the screen as I turned around. I'm just wondering where the final double triangle puzzle is. And the gold doors for that matter. Right, that's where we're going to... Oh, is this gold doors? Look, it's changed. A light's lit up. I wonder if it was on the right lines about completing all the double triangle puzzles in an area to get access to the gold doors. Did I say that out loud before, or did I just think it? Well, I've said it out loud now. Well, let's complete this puzzle. And then we'll worry about what comes next. Oh, I'm glad that worked out. Looks good to me. hang on. I can sometimes get the controls a bit confused in those puzzles. Here we go. So we're about to get beamed up and presumably see another great hologram. It's the
When the
Sphinx again.
craftsman Daedalus was imprisoned in the very labyrinth he had created, his only solace was his son, Icarus. To escape their plight, he fashioned wings of feathers and wax. He warned his son to fly neither too high nor too low. But his son, enraptured by the freedom
You're
of
gonna
flight,
tell us we're
flew too
flying too close to the sun. Yeah.
The wax in his wings melted, and he fell to his death. What was the sun's error?
Hubris, the flame of the sun belongs to the gods. Disobedience, he should have listened to his father. Carelessness, he did not use his wings correctly. Impatience, if he wanted to soar so high, he should have built better wings. Lawlessness, he should never have attempted to escape the labyrinth. Foolishness, the wings were made from wax. What's the end of that say? Sorry, my VTuber camera's in the way. Oh. Carelessness, he did not use his wings correctly.
Or was it Daedalus who was careless, giving the wings to Icarus, knowing that all young men are
Hey
rash?
Tato, lovely to see you.
After the death of his son, Daedalus withdrew in sorrow to a foreign land. King Minos came looking for the craftsman to exact his revenge. The answer to a riddle revealed where Daedalus dwelled. But for Minos, that answer was his ruin. Consider King Minos burned in his bath as you seek your own answer.
I don't know that second part of the myth. Well, job's a good one by the looks of it. Activate the tower.
Structure. It's opening.
3 receivers, 3 towers, 3 beams, as we suspected. I think this is an invitation.
Doesn't look that inviting to me.
If you consider the size of the entire structure, then that opening must be big enough to drive a building through.
Or the VTOL.
You want us to go in there, into the creepy triangular maw of death?
Maw of death? I think it looks charming.
Byron's right. We're here to explore, and this is a mystery worth investigating. This technology could change everything.
Oh, all right. I'm not winning this, am I?
Nope. Let's meet up with the VTOL, everybody. We're going in.
But what about the other areas? There's like 9 more areas we haven't explored yet. Do we not need to do those? Also, I'm pretty determined to see if I can find the other double triangle puzzle and then see if I can get into the golden doors before then. Maybe the game won't let me. What is this made of? It's so shiny. How are you today, Tato? It's lovely to see you. Right, so I need to go exploring for another puzzle whose location I do not know. Ah, that's the gold doors. More of that weird twig breaking noise. jumps over to this side. Is this it? I think I've done it. I think I've found the other optional puzzle. Or have I done this already? Pre-connected. Not done this one. Interesting. Where's the driller? There it is. Good thing the driller's beam isn't harmful to us. Alright, stick that down there. Now what, I suppose, is the question. Probably pull the driller through and use that as a weight. Can't take driller through its own hole. That's fair enough. It was worth a go though. What's through here? Interesting. Why is this here? That's a very good question. I don't see what use that would be as of yet. What am I ultimately trying to achieve here? Right, to get a red signal there. What producers do we have? Have we seen a producer yet? A red producer. Okay. So if I could get an inverter in here with the driller, we've won. We've done it. Hang on, I don't need to bullet through the hole to swap their place. I can just do it like this. And I may as well open this while I'm at it. I don't see how it would help, but we get that basically for free. Is that useful? Just to let me achieve something that I otherwise couldn't? I don't think so. Ah, I have an idea. That to there and to there. Stick that there. And now I use the driller over here. There we go. That's progress. What's going to happen when I pull this off though? Oh. It inverts those two. Okay. Ah, this has to be on, and that has to be on. For the two force fields to swap round, as it were. Okay. Right. I can see I've got an inverter over here, so I can turn the red into blue and send it here, and then I can use that inverter to turn it into red. But the question is, how do I make sure I'm on the right side when that happens? I don't need a signal here anymore, do I? And in fact, I don't, strictly speaking, need a signal here either, because I can use the driller instead. If I get my placement right here... I should be able to get a signal through. Excellent. I think we've done it. Yeah, I think that's it. Excellent, we figured it out.
Odd. One case solved all the puzzles in this area, but nothing happened. There was a brief blip in the system, though. Maybe it'll do something later. There has to be some sort of point.
Something later, you say? Well, I want to go back to the gold doors and see if they've changed. I also want to go back to the earlier areas and see if I can find the double triangle puzzles there. Ah, okay, I think I see the problem. Only 2 of them have opened up. Of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 on that side, and 12 more on the other side. "24 in total, 2 in each area, that makes 12 areas, which is the total number in the game. So maybe all the golden doors open up at the same time in all areas once you've solved all double triangle puzzles. That's the only thing I can think. Okay, that's going to take some time. Right, well I guess I need to go back to the first 2 areas and find those double triangle puzzles, because I haven't done them yet. Right, back to the grasslands, I think it is. Ah, here's an interesting one. At what point do the tunnels branch? We just seem to go in on a straight track with no branches from place A to place B, when we know that using the same vehicle on the same track can also take us to place C, which raises questions. In theory, it could only be... Well, I suppose there could be multiple stops on the same line, but if that's the case, why didn't we see them? Why don't we go past them? Odd. Anyway, we're back here to look for double triangle puzzles, which I clearly missed the first time we went through. It is funny how much of the start of the game seemed to be based around walking around New Jerusalem and picking up the lore and talking to the people and so on. And yet we haven't been back there since, and it doesn't seem like there's any incentive to do so either. I mean, it's not like I disapprove of the developers including that as like extra content, but I feel it kind of gets you off on the wrong foot, as it were. Like, it gives you the impression the game's going to be very different to how it actually seems to be. It seemed like there was going to be much more of an RPG element than there is. Not in the sense of having, like, stats at level, in the sense of, role-playing, playing a character. So the main thing I'm trying to do right now is just explore every branch of every path and see if there's any that I obviously missed last time, because presumably there are. Hello. That's new. We haven't been here before. And there appears to be some sort of recording. Is that Prometheus? I don't think so.
Whether it is true that Daedalus constructed the giant Talos, or as others say he was the creation of Hephaestus, what we may be certain of is that he was made of bronze and had but one vein, within which flowed a liquid substance like blood, which some claim was quicksilver, and others assert was ichor, such as flows in the veins of the gods. The loss of that liquid caused him to die, as a man dies when he loses his blood. May we not then say that Talos, though created as a machine or a toy, had all the essential properties of a man? He moved of his own volition, he spoke and could be spoken to, had wishes and desires. Indeed, in the tale of the Argonauts, that was the cause of his downfall. If then a machine may have all the properties of a man, and act as a man while driven only by the ingenious plan of its construction and the interaction of its materials according to the principles of nature, then does it not follow that man may also be seen as a machine? This contradicts all the schools of metaphysics. Yet even the most faithful philosopher cannot live without his blood.
Very, very well put. Goodness. If that was actually an ancient Greek philosopher, then that was... well, very impressive. I don't have another word for it. Have we been to this specific lab before, or is this a new lab for us?
There's more of these labs than I expected.
If you find another terminal, please be careful when you connect.
Ah, I think we got that message because of a previous lab we had been to in a later area. And because I think I'm doing this out of order now. So it's interesting that the messages you get when you enter the labs seem to be based on which labs you've previously visited, not based on... not that there's one message for each lab, if that makes sense. From BT Odiambo's Anthropocene Dilemmas, the Akkadian Empire, forged in violence by Sargon the Great and his sons, reigned supreme over the city-states of Old Sumer. Oh, so we're in... this is Mesopotamia. Enriched by the trade with distant lands, fed by the plentiful wheat fields of Mesopotamia, the empire bestrode the world with confidence and pride. Who could oppose the chosen of Anu and Enlil, the mass of the four corners of the world? Then the weather changed. The crops stopped growing, trade collapsed, the empire fell, its capital forgotten. The most likely culprit at the time of writing is the 4.2 kiloyear aridation event. The beginning of the Meghalayan age, an anthropogenic drought that may have lasted almost 2 centuries, causing many of the earliest civilizations around the planet to collapse. This is where our ordinary understanding of time, measured on the small scales of human history, collides with the reality of deep time and our existence within a much bigger picture. We live on a changing planet, in a changing universe. Climactic optimums are temporary. Extinction is the norm. Let me quickly transliterate that. ASCII. For F 5420 425245 41 4B 2C 0254 48 452046 4C 4F 442057 49 4C 4C 20 4E 4F 5 4 20 43 4F 4D 45. The dam will not break, the flood will not come. There we go. The Acadians, like the more egalitarian inhabitants of the Indus Valley civilizations, could not understand why the rivers dried out and the rain stopped coming. Even if they could, they lacked the tools to do something about it. A few short millennia later, we're on the brink of having that understanding and those tools. What can we learn from the tragedies of the past? Error 5358. One such drought, completely naturogenic, would be enough to wipe out New Jerusalem for good. Yeah, it's a problem that you've not dealt with. From, and then more ASCII. That's interesting. I don't think we've seen that before. ASCII replacing a username, I mean. I have done nothing, and then it cuts off. When the founder awoke, leaving the garden behind forever, there were two more whose bodies had been anointed by the progenitor. The gold disc breathed life into them, and their names were Eustathius and Cornelius. The founder showed them all she had discovered. Together they explored the dead city and saw the ruins to which humankind had fallen. It was then that the founder understood that the sins of the past must not be repeated, and that only through humility could the future be saved. Really, the evidence we've seen seems to suggest that she had a change of heart after New Alexandria fell, which is interesting. Aside from Cornelius and Eustaces, there were 10 whose bodies the progenitor had not anointed in due time. Now it was upon the founder to complete this work and begin their resurrection. In this matter, Cornelius proved of great assistance. Right, now we have some more ASCII. I have done nothing but in. After many tribulations, the 10 were brought to life, and these 12 that were born after the founder are called the first companions. These are their names. I'm going to write it down. I do already have a list of names of characters we've met in this game, but or who we've heard about, not just met. But I may these names are important enough that I may actually dedicate a page just to them. So we have Athena, number 1. It's not listed there, but we happen to know that to be the case. Eustathius, number 2. Cornelius, number 3. Aurora. Number 4. Sun. Number 5. Sarabai. I think that was one of the ones that went missing. Well, I say went missing. Who has mysteriously disappeared from the record. Byron, 7. Who we've met. Melampus. 8. Yemo, 9. Hypatia, 10. Niam, 11. Benaroya, 'and Lift Hazrir. Or Lith Razir, possibly. It's funny how you can take something that's 90% true and 10% false and create something that's 100% misleading. Interesting comment. That looks like the remainder of the ASCII. Now there was a rogue 6 at the end of the last line. So that's what we're beginning with. 6-1, 7-2, 6-5, 2-0, 6F, 6-6, 2-0, 7-4, 6-8, 6-5, 6-5. I have done nothing but in care of thee. I've done nothing but in care of thee, is what it says. That's the message that was hidden. Oh, you've got to be joking. I do not want to have to transliterate that much ASCII. Oh, much earlier trials again. So far, so good. Yeah, I can't copy and paste. What a pain. Okay. 4-1, 6-8, 2C, 2-0, 7-7, 6-8, 6-5, 6E, 2-0, 7-4, 6F, 2-0, 7-4, 6-8, 6-5, 2-0, 6-8, 6-5, 6-1, 7-2, 7-4, 2-0, 6F, 6-6, 2-0, 6D, 6-1, 6E, OA, which I think is comma, 5-7, 6-1, 7-3, 2-0, 6-9, 7-4, 2-0, 6-5, 7-6, 6-5, 7-2, 2-0, 6C, 6-5, 7-3, 7-3, 2-0, 7-4, 6-8, 6-1, 6E, 2-0, 6-1, 2-0, 7-4, 6-8, 6-5, 2-0, 6-4, 7-2, 6-9, 6-6, 7-4, 2-0, 6F, 6-6, 2-0, 7-4, 6-8, 6-9, 6E, 6-7, 7-3, 2C, OA, 5-4, 6F, 2-0, 7-9, 6-9, 6-5, 6C, 6-4, 2-0, 7-7, 6-9, 7-4, 6-8, 2-0, 6-1, 2-0, 6-7, 7-2, 6-1, 6-3, 6-5, 2-0, 7-4, 6F, 2-0, 7-2, 6-5, 6-1, 7-3, 6F, 6E, 2C, OA, 4-1, 6E, 64206266F7 72061 6E 642061 6365 707420746865 2065 6E 64OA4F 66206120 6C 6F 7665 206F 72206120 736561 73 6F 6E 3F. Done. I've presumably made a few mistakes here. When to the heart of man, was it ever less than the... made a few mistakes there. Something of things, to yield with grace to reason, and bow and accept the end of a love or a season. Oh, that's a pain. How am I going to find the bit that I got wrong? Oh, I know. Because I can just edit this, can't I? That'll make life easier. So I can just estimate where it probably is. And then correct from there. So I know we're beginning with an E, so that's probably this. Yes. I guessed correctly. So we're looking for 20... Well, I should probably go by the last bit because we know that's correct. So 2074 686520 is going to be the... So 2074 is like the big giveaway. Two 20746865. Right, so it should have been 64 72 69 67 42. No, wait. 64 72 69 66 74. When to the heart of man, was it ever less than the drift of things? To yield with grace to reason, and bow and accept the end of love or a season. Close enough. I can't be bothered to correct it fully. We definitely got the drift. Actually, hang on. I probably can do it probably won't take me long to improve that. Because another bit that's probably wrong is very, very close to there. Right, so it was 2074 that I was looking for. Because that's where the appears. 2074. Right, that's the. What's immediately before it? 2077. I can see where I need to go. Shame there's not a faster way to move the cursor. Right, that's the... Right, this is what I've got immediately preceding it. 2077696468. When to the heart of man was it ever less than with the drift of things, to yield with grace to reason, and bow and accept the end of a love or a season. There we go. We've got it. Sorry about that. So this is where they discovered the driller technology, or invented the driller technology by the looks of it. Right, let's keep going. Oh, hang on. Let me put that back for you. Question is, where to from here? Probably back to the path, I'd assume. Yeah. That's not a cave, is it? No. Just some dark coloured rocks. So again, we're looking for the double triangle puzzles. Which this won't be one. Oh, it's fallen on its side. Oh, this is one. Oh, wonderful. Elevation. It'll be interesting to see if this is significantly easier than the puzzles we've been doing more recently, because this is notionally earlier in the game. Oh, a green producer. We haven't seen one of them in a while. Okay, again, I suppose it's because we've gone back into earlier parts of the game. Then again, perhaps the green producer will appear more frequently. In later areas as well, and there's just a notable dearth of green producers at this part of the game. Maybe not, just guesswork. I am wondering, what on earth am I supposed to be doing with that? Well, I've got it out of here, which I assume is the goal. Just need to get blue there now. Yeah, looking at where the blue is, it's gonna have to... Hold on. It's gonna have to go around the corner is what I was going to say. That frees this one up. Whether that's actually any help or not, I don't know. Can I take this out from under it? Yeah, and it stays working. That's probably solved it for us. There we go. All done. That did seem slightly easier than the other ones we've been doing recently. Still, like I say, the plan is to complete all the double triangle puzzles that we haven't done yet. There should be 3 more. 1 more in this area and 1 more in the second area we went to when we were playing this game. Well, we are playing this game in previous streams. And then we will go back to the central area, get into the VTOL and fly into the big megastructure, I guess, and see what's in there. Seems like a plan to me. Oh, there's the gold doors, and you can see, as I predicted, 3 of them are lit up now. So, double triangle puzzles in other areas do contribute towards the gold doors in all areas, it would appear. Beautiful design. The world, I mean. This is a bit, the concrete's a bit sterile, but like they do manage to make some very interesting, imposing shapes. Like this feels very cold and strong, if you will. I don't know how better to put it. Almost like the personification of an institution or something. Like I don't know, am I rambling at this point? Those are the thought associations I make with that that structure. Have we been this way yet? Is this back towards the start? I don't think so. I think that would have to be back towards the start. This looks promising. Maybe not. I thought we might have stumbled across something there. We've done this one before, I remember it. So that's a regular puzzle then. Not one of the double triangle puzzles. Could this be something? Yes, this is the other double triangle puzzle in this area. Interconnectivity. Interesting. This is already down. That's interesting. It's already partly connected. Right, we clearly want to get in there because there's lots of goodies in there. We need to get green to it to do so. Okay. Let me go back quickly. I know we've got this RGB converter. We have a red producer. Do we have a green producer? Oh, sorry, we want green, so we'd need a blue producer. Right, I think I see how we do... I think I see how we do the first step. That seems straightforward enough. That goes there. This comes up. Red from there. Blue from there. Goes here. Ah, I'm not sure there's an angle for that. There's not. So this is going to have to act as a relay, which is fine. We can do that. Just another thing to be borne in mind. Right, we're in here now, which is wonderful. Giving us a load more things to play with. Right, now what? The blue's there, so this needs to stay down. Although, frankly, we could just use this to help give us the blue, I think. We get green like this. I didn't mean to send green there. But then how do I get the blue over? Because that's going to cross. Right, that's the challenge then. That is going to be a challenge. I don't think there's any benefit to... Oh, hang on. Yeah, we're still going to run into the same problem, aren't we? I could try and go around the outside. I don't really want to. But if I have to... Let's check the angles over here. Oh, I'd need to get blue there as well. That might still be the way to do it, though. Thinking about it. I've got one more connector after all. That's possibly... Nope. That's not going to work. Or is it? I could do something like that. And then pull this one. The question is, can I then get an angle here and there? Yes, it looks like it. Right, that's gone around the outside. Oh, but then Wait, but I can get blue from here. Yeah, that works. I was going to say we've cut ourselves off from the blue, but we haven't. There we go. Took a bit of thinking through, but that wasn't too bad. I say thinking through, more tinkering and observing the result. What does that 8 mean? Does that mean we need to check our logs? However I do that. It's been a while. There we go. It's probably this social media. What's 1K like? Hey, I'm curious. Has anyone ever actually met 1K? Zagaran. By the Founder's Pistons. I hope he's interested in mechanical engineering or something. We desperately need more people to keep this city functional, as we don't have to rely on Melville to repair the stuff that Pellegrino fixes. Pellegrino. Hey! Zagaran. Remember when you fixed the door to the mayor's office? How long was Herman stuck in there? Pellegrino. You trapped one mayor in his office for a week, and you're marked for life. Rodamne. I hope he's an artist. What we really need is new stories, no ideas to lift our spirits. Why do you assume 1K's male? If we just kept growing, we wouldn't have to worry about this, and we wouldn't have to imprison poor 1K in a cage of expectations. That's Orinia. Thekla. 1K will be whatever the progenitor intended him to be, and whatever the Founder foresaw when she established the girl. Uh-huh. Neith. He's polite and really interested in history, which is an excellent start. I'm not going to name names, but some of you are a lot less impressive. And my choices are, I don't know who I want to be, still deciding. I want to explore. I don't see a contradiction between engineering and art. Or, I'm sure the Founder... Hang on. I'm sure the Founder's intent will reveal itself in time. Or, I will find my own path. I don't see a contradiction between engineering and art. You're right, of course. It's a false dichotomy. There's no need to feel pressured, 1K. I was just curious. Zagaran. But without power and resources, there's no art. Just saying. Doge. Permission to share your personal data. 1K. We met in New Jerusalem, if you remember. I spoke to my friends. This whole mysterious island expedition thing has the city a bit on edge. I have some questions for you before I make any introductions. Do you consent to my gathering and sharing your personal data? I consent. Wait, what am I signing up to? Or I do not consent. Wait, what am I signing up to? Look, my friends just wanted some assurance you're the right kind of person. If you want to know what's really going on, you'll have to play along. You can back out anytime, but if you don't engage with the process, then, well, you won't get to engage with the process at all. It's up to you. What if by consenting I miss out on something else? I'll give you some advice, newbie. When your choices matter in the world, you'll know about it. It's somehow built in. When you face a dilemma and both options look good, then for sure you'll miss out something. But trust your gut and you can't go wrong. This right now is not one of those dilemmas. You should come along for the ride. That's my advice. Please don't contact me again is a bit extreme. There's not a thank you but no thank you. I guess I'll go with I consent, although I'm a bit worried about what data they're actually gathering. And how they're gathering it worries me the most. Good choice. There's 6 questions. Standard waiting procedure. We'll get the best results if you answer in whatever way is most true for you. Question 1. Which is more important for making good decisions, compassion or knowledge? That's a tough one. I think I'm gonna... I think they're both essential. I don't see how you could make a good decision without both. I mean, I suppose it depends upon what the decision is, to be fair, but in general, a complete lack of either one would be disastrous. I reject the terms of the question. I know it's difficult to translate our infinite reality to binary language. Nevertheless, I suggest if you have any natural inclination towards either idea, You answer that way, even if it's not strictly correct, but if you insist, I'll communicate your apathy to my companions. Compassion, then. Thank you. Question 2. Is it ever okay to lie or misdirect in order to keep a secret? Yes, lying can be okay. No, lying is never okay. I reject the terms of the question, or I don't know. Again, it's kind of a very biased question. I feel like a very leading question. I feel like, literally speaking, the answer is obviously yes, but in practice, circumstances where it is justified are exceedingly, exceedingly rare. Like, I mean, who would argue, for example, that... who would seriously argue that we can't have secrets for the purposes of national security? It would seem ridiculous to suggest that that's not the case. Then again, you could argue there's a difference between a secret and a lie, but it does say lie or misdirect. The point I'm getting at is I feel like there are clearly circumstances under which lying is justified, but in everyday life, it is exceedingly unlikely you will ever be in one. Like... In fact, it is quite likely most people probably go through life without ever having a justified reason to lie. But despite that, there would be circumstances under which it is justified. So I guess I'll go with lying can be okay. I'm more tempted towards no, though. I'm going to go with no, even though I don't literally believe it. They did say go with whichever one you're more inclined towards. No, lying is never okay. See, my friends will be most interested in this particular answer. Question 3. When people do wrong, do they deserve to be punished for it beyond what is necessary for our own protection? I feel like that's beside the point. I feel like they should be rehabilitated. And frankly, if you could know for absolutely certain that someone wasn't going to commit an offence again, then what's the point in punishing them? No, no one deserves to suffer unnecessarily. Phew, that one's controversial. I'm glad it's not me that has to answer these. Question 4. Now it's metaphysical. In your opinion, can the world be reduced to mechanical parts, or is existence just weirder than we'll ever really know? The universe is reducible to universal basic laws. The universe is weird, we'll never fully understand it. It's both, it's neither. I think the real answer is it's unknowable. It is reducible to basic laws. Whether we can go the whole way or not, we don't yet know. We genuinely don't know. I'll go with it's both. Currently, that's true. Of course it is. Look, I don't write these questions, so I just ask them. If you don't want to choose one or other, I'm quite happy to forward that to my friends. Question 5. Can things really change for the better, for good, or do good times and bad just come around in cycles? Eventually change for the better is always followed by change for the worse. Human progress shows things can get better and stay that way. I really can't say, it's a false dilemma. Interesting. What is better? What is worse? Like, for example, if we knew for a fact, we don't actually know this for a fact, although it looks that way, if we knew for a fact that human civilization would have to reach an end at some point, currently it looks like that's probably the case, but as I say, we don't know. I'm talking about in the history of the universe. Like, it looks like the universe is going to peter out, and no matter what we do, it's going to hit an entropic death. But assuming that to be the case, is that a bad thing? I mean, conventional logic or conventional wisdom would suggest yes, but why? From whose perspective? Like, there's no reason why human life ever had to evolve in the first place. We could have had a universe completely devoid of sentient life, in theory, so far as we know. Would such a universe be worse off? Supposing we knew that there was going to be an end and we embraced it and we made sure that the last times were good times. Would that be bad? I don't know. And the thing is, often when bad things happen, they're often, not always, often when there's a big step forward, so things that go wrong don't immediately counteract the thing that went well. It's in a different area, as it were. Not always, but often that's the case. But can we meaningfully say that we are not generally better off today than we were, say, 2,000 years ago? I think it's quite clear that, on average, things have improved considerably. There may be specific instances where they haven't. I'm particularly thinking about in certain parts of the world where people are being exploited, for example. But, I mean, in general, I think the human condition has only gotten better over time, not worse, on average. Human progress shows things can get better and stay that way. See, it's a sort of stay that way which I think is a bit misleading. But things can continue to improve, it would appear. Got it. I don't know if that one was metaphysics or politics, but good on you for giving it a shot. Final question. Which is more important to the success of civilization? Respect the lessons of our past or rewrite the rules for our future? We should not let our future be defined by our past. We should not disregard the wisdom which brought us here. I don't know, or it depends. I think often writing the rules for the future is based on learning the lessons of the past. You can learn lessons both from things that were done well and things that were done poorly. It's perfectly reasonable to both point to something in the past and say, look, we had this system in the past, or these people had this system in the past, it worked really well, why can't we have more of that? But equally, I think it's valid to say, look at that, that was so terrible, we mustn't let that happen again. The greatest mistake would be forgetting the past. We should not disregard the wisdom which brought us here. Thank you, we're all done here. Oh, hold on, I've got a last minute addition. It's a weird one. I know who this one came from. Alright, question 7. Can praying for something make it more likely to come true? Yes, prayers can make things come true. No, prayers has no effect on the world. I haven't got an answer. The question is too vague. I guess I have to go towards the one I'm more inclined by. I'm more inclined towards no. In reality, I think it could have an effect in the same way that, for example, I think that people that practice tarot readings, and particularly the recipients of tarot readings, it can really have a positive impact on their life. Because it gets them thinking about all sorts of questions in useful ways, and it can provide a lot of comfort and It can be psychologically beneficial, and it can be beneficial in terms of causing them to put concrete plans into place. It doesn't necessarily follow that it has to be based on a rigorous and concrete foundation. And I sort of feel the same way about prayers. Like, I fully believe that someone praying for something could certainly have an effect on whether it comes true or not. But at the same time, I don't think prayers would directly affect the world. So, I guess no. Okay, noted. I think that's everything I need. I'll forward your answers to my friends and let you know if any of them is interested in taking things further. Oh, so there are multiple people you could be contacted by depending upon your answers. Interesting. City news. The long-awaited birth of our 1000th and final citizen was interrupted today by an unknown projection in the skies. The projection, which identified itself as Prometheus, goaded New Jerusalem inhabitants in indecipherable incantations. In an interview with 1K, he suggested that the projection could be the work of someone outside New Jerusalem. This assessment appears to be correct, as the source of the projection was tracked to a remote, mysterious island. A team led by Byron is now en route to find out more. Mayor Hermanubis has once again called for calm and promised that New Jerusalem will be safe so long as its citizens do not forget the ideals of the girl as set forth by the founder. The progenitor. Is that supposed to be Alexander Drennan? Hi everyone, this is my latest in my portrait series. I've always had a deep respect for the progenitor, Alexandra Drennan. She didn't just create the founder and save humanity, she also tried to instill us with a sense of beauty and wonder. It was good to be human, Alexandra Drennan. As usual, please keep in mind that we should focus on engagement with the work. Don't ask yourself whether it's good or bad, but how it makes you feel. Beautiful work. Rodamne gives me a bittersweet, wistful feeling. She must have been a great person. Jefferson, to me, it really captures her bravery in the face of what the cosmos has thrown at her. It's well done, but I'm not sure it's appropriate for us to depict the progenitor in this way. Yes. Again, that's Thekla, the one that seems to have, be more religiously oriented. It's important to remember she was a real person. Your painting powerfully evokes her belief in a bright future. I agree, this really highlights her bravery in the face of death. We shouldn't forget other people contributed too. This painting makes me sad. I feel like that's a really good point, that we shouldn't forget others. But I also feel like that's a bit off topic, as it were. I'm not sure I really agree with any of the other ones. Like, it's beautifully done. We shouldn't forget, we could frame this as inspiration for future portraits, though. We shouldn't forget that there were others that contributed too. You're right, 1K, but that's part of why I'm doing a whole series of portraits. The progenitor herself said that many people sacrificed a lot so the founder could be born. I want to remind us of all of them. Although we don't have photos of some, I'm not sure what I'll do in those cases. We'll see. Yeah, I wish I could have. I wish I had more control there too. As to my feedback, I did want to say how good the painting was. The mystery of Miranda. Oh, so this news has made it back to New Jerusalem already. For anyone who missed it, Byron's expedition has recovered evidence of the existence of another person, someone not from New Jerusalem. Who could this be? What does this mean? Maybe there's another city out there. Who says there was only one simulation? Maybe there are thousands of people we've never met. I considered that possibility earlier, but based on evidence that presumably they don't yet have, it looks more likely that this was an offshoot of New Alexandria. I really hope so. There is only one founder. Yes, okay, Thekla. Zagaran. I hate to agree with Thekla, but all the historical evidence we have points to the conclusion that there were some other attempts, but as far as we know, they all went wrong or failed. True, but you don't have enough information. One of the possibilities that I raised earlier on is how do you know that when the gold disc was... oh, so is that Mount Fuji? In Zogoran's profile picture. What I was going to say is, how do we know that the gold disc wasn't transmitted to multiple sites, for example? There could have been one simulation, but multiple groups of androids that were awoken. There's more that we don't know than there is that we know. That sentence is going to make my brain crash. Why do we think Miranda is from Earth? There's no evidence to support that idea. I'd like to hear more about these other attempts to save humanity, or I really don't think it's aliens, Jax. Everything here is obviously related to New Jerusalem. Again, I wish I didn't have to only ask one of these. I'd like to hear more about these other attempts to save humanity. Some people affiliated with the Institute for Applied Pneumatics tried to set up a secondary site at another dam, but after about a century the dam collapsed and took whatever was happening inside that system with it. So there was actually probably another working system at one point. There was also a similar attempt by another organisation, but without the test of free will that Alexandra Drennan devised. According to Lithrasir, it never produced a viable mind before it ran out of power. Oh, so the others ran out of power. Or rather, they know... how? Because they built the other one at a dam, because it would provide hydroelectric power, right? So why did that... stop functioning? Maybe they didn't have a hydroelectric dam there, but presumably they wouldn't have set it up with batteries. That would be ridiculous. And they absolutely should have designed the computers in such a way that they would have survived being closed, being shut down and started up again. They should have had when they wrote the software which was generating the mines, it shouldn't have been doing it all in RAM. It should have been saving regularly to some form of persistent storage that they knew would survive 1,000 years or so. Or a good reason to believe would. And they should have done it what they probably should have done is had some big batteries that they thought would be reliable for that length of time. And I mean, if you're doing things on that scale, you can create batteries which are things like, while we're receiving power, lift water up, and then when we need power, let it go and have it drive turbines. So you can create physical all batteries are physical, but you don't have to rely on like chemical processes where over time they may become less efficient for various reasons. Like, I don't actually know why batteries become less efficient now I think about it, because if it's just a reversible chemical reaction, you'd think that would always be viable. But in practice we know it isn't. But my point is, you could design batteries on that scale, which you really would be confident would still work over 1,000 years. And it should have been designed in such a way that if they weren't receiving enough power and the battery was low, the machine performed a controlled shutdown and then would restart once enough power was available. And we also have reason to believe that this android civilization has only been around for... I think since humans were wiped out, we've been told it's been about 1,000 years, and it took a few centuries for the androids to wake up. I believe that's what we were told. So we don't know the exact time periods, but maybe 500 years and then another 500 years, for example. Are they suggesting that, for example, the Elohim project might have powered down, or would have powered down by this point had it not succeeded? I wonder. Could there still be others out there? I think the answer to that is obviously yes, but still. Theoretically, yes, but even our dam would have collapsed without extensive repairs, and even a nuclear power plant would have run out of fuel by now. Would it? What do you base that upon? I mean, they'd just use something like enriched uranium, wouldn't you? Which is incredibly dense in power. Well, I suppose you'd enrich uranium as you're using it, wouldn't you? Surely they could have designed a machine that could take unenriched uranium, then enrich it and put it into the reactor. And I'm sure that would have worked for more than 1,000 years. I mean, goodness knows, it's nuclear power that has been put forward as what the only viable candidate for interstellar travel, so far as I'm aware. If we actually wanted to get human beings to a different star system, the only fuel that I'm aware of that could, or the only power system that I'm aware of that could do it, and I believe we think would do it, is nuclear power. You'd have to get a lot of fuel on top of the ship. Up to the ship. And then that would just have to power it for you know, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. Potentially, well, I suppose it depends how far you go. I don't buy that. Pellegrino. So I'm cat sitting Yakut's cat, Bruce, and it keeps having accidents on my charging pod. Is there anything I can do to prevent this? Atal, clean it very thoroughly, so not a single trace of smell remains. I know it's hard without the ability to smell, but we do have some cleaning agents that should do the trick. Contact me on private if you need a list. And make sure Bruce isn't distressed by something. Cats don't like being moved from their territory. Maybe it'd be easier if you just moved him back to your cook's place and fed him there? No. Bruce is just like that. He loves having accidents on anything electrical, chewing on capers, and generally just breaking stuff. This is normal, and I warned you, Pellegrino. I could have given him to Neath, but she's used to him. Pellegrino, but he's so fuzzy and I love him. Ah, cats. Read 10 social media entries. Touch grass. Athelvok. Paris was an ancient city, sometimes called the City of Light, one of the great capitals of the world. Home to tradition and innovation alike, it was the birthplace of one of the greatest revolutions in history, the moment that gave birth to modernity in all its glories and horrors alike. I don't know about that last part. The spirit of freedom that was born, at least not without considerable evidence to back that up. The spirit of freedom that was born here, although it was suppressed by enemies and traitors, never entirely faded, and it lived on in the minds of artists for many generations. Maybe something of that spirit still remains in us. Interesting. Also, I noticed they seem to have drawn the Eiffel Tower in the middle of a forest. It's very beautiful, but I wonder why they made that decision, because I don't think the Eiffel Tower ever would have been. I'm pretty sure it was surrounded by city when it was first built, and even after, and it would be one of the first things to fall down if it wasn't being maintained, because it tends to be the tall structures that fall first, because they end up being buffeted by strong winds from up above and so on. They end up receiving a lot of what's the word? A lot of punishment from the weather. The garden, new poem. I walk in the garden without fear, or stars swirl across the sky, and I stand amongst the tall lilies who lift their faces to the passing eons. Here I will do no harm, and no harm will come to me, for at last my long journey is over, and I am at home. Free verse. I cannot see any. I can neither detect a rhyming structure or any form of scansion there. Any poetic form that I recognise. Then again, I haven't looked at it for long, but I'm pretty sure that's. With a cursory look, I am fairly certain that is free verse. Beautiful, makes me calm and happy. This is my new favourite of yours, I think. Although maybe Step by Step Towards the Nightingales might still win out. Let's say it's a tie. The words are definitely beautiful, but to me it seems like a poem about death. I walk in the garden without fear. The stars swirl across the sky. I stand amongst the tall lilies, who lift their faces to the passing eons. The tall lilies, interesting. Here I will do no harm, and no harm will come to me, for at last my long journey is over, and I am at home. An inspiring poem about being happy where you are. I don't think our journey is over. Maybe it will never be. I also feel that it's about death. I don't think our journey is over. Maybe it will never be. I don't like any of these responses, but I'll go with the middle one. That's my greatest dream. That all this is just a momentary stop. A place where we rest for a while before we go on new adventures. Interesting. I always thought of humanity's journey as long and exhausting, a search for a home. Homes are important, but we are wanderers, Emesh. We need new horizons, and the more we travel, the more we perceive our homes with new eyes and find more to love. Wow, a response from Byron himself. Thank you for your thoughts, everyone. I really appreciate them. Oh, that went reasonably well.
So I heard that Alexandra is recording these time capsules.
Oh, we've heard all these.
You out there, I guess?
I want to hear this one again.
When we go to New Jerusalem, I'm going to have a cat. He's going to be black and white, and his name is going to be Bean.
Bean.
And I'm going to make sure that he never gets sick, and he never gets old, and he'll be my best friend forever.
So that was the name of her, the cat she intended to have one day. Right, let's make our way to the next area, I guess. I don't know where I'm going, by the way. I just assume that if I wander around, eventually I'll find some landmark I recognise, and I'll be able to take us to the vehicle. I think this way, actually. If I'm not mistaken, which I might be. It is a beautiful world they've created, isn't it? Right, back to the pod, then to the second area. We'll try and complete the 2 double triangle puzzles there. Oh, look at those frogs. And then we'll head into the megastructure, I guess. Seems like a plan. There we go. Wooden plateau. Off we go. there somewhere I can check my overall progress in this game? Yes, I think. Lost Labs 1 of 1. Lost Labs 1 of 1. Lost Labs 1 of 1. Gold Puzzle 0 of 1. Lost Puzzles. Right, 0 of 2. Stars. So they have stars in this game. Interesting. I haven't found any of the stars yet. Not one. That's interesting. I do wonder if the stars are connected to the golden doors. Like, it's not impossible that they could just be in the world and I just haven't come across one yet. If they are, I would predict that I probably have to go cross country to find them. But for me to have not found even one of them yet would seem to me to make it more likely that they're in a location I don't yet have access to. Could be wrong. Two, 4, 7, 8. I never did figure that out, did I? I wonder if all of those structures have numbers on them. When I see another one, it may be worth looking out for a plaque like that. Just in case. Have I found something here? This is looking promising. Oh, it's the gold doors. I mean, good to know where they are. Not that I'll remember by the time we're actually ready to go in there. I assume I've accessed this before, but just in case. Yeah, looks like it. Oh, and there's Leviathan. Yes, where I rather made a fool of myself when I really badly, inaccurately guessed when it had been written. That's number 8. Looks like there's a path up there. Oh, it goes round. I was wondering if you had to cross the water to get to it, but I don't think so. Ah, there's one of them. There's one of the double triangle puzzles. Excellent. I haven't found any more of those Prometheus flames yet, have we? Loop. Interesting. We have a driller, which I could use on this pressure plate to begin with. See if there's anything in there. Oh, I can see outside from here. But there doesn't appear to be, other than something for the driller to drill through, which is interesting. Ah, right. Okay. I can only assume that's the idea. Why I would want to, I'm not sure. Just moving that slightly to the side so that the driller itself doesn't get in the way of the beam. Which it very easily could have done. What have we got here? A fan that's upright. Huh. That implies that I can blow a part through there. That's a new concept. I don't remember if I've ever seen an upright fan before. We've seen them on a diagonal. Looks like using 2 drillers, I could get an item over here that otherwise wouldn't have been. The problem is, if this works the way I think it does, I would need 2 drillers to make that happen. Unless the item was a driller. Ah, that's an interesting concept. It's a very interesting concept. I'm not sure I actually need this. Yeah, I can just do that. And then you're freed. Let's see if this works. Huh. I had no idea it worked that way. Now, have I got myself stuck here? I may well have done. I may have to reset, to be honest. Probably gonna have to reset. I think this will be the first puzzle I've had to reset. Yeah, I think I've just... I'm not sure what the solution is though, but I don't think there's any way I can get that back. But there's 2 of them, that's what's throwing me. There's 2 of these walls. If the driller's going to turn around like that, how am I supposed to do it? Alright, let's reset. You have 2 tokens. Not every trial must be overcome as it's great intended. Sacrifice 1 of my sparks and I will free the fire hidden in the labyrinth. No. How do I reset?
Looks like Prometheus has given us a way to circumvent some of these puzzles.
So each puzzle has a backdoor. I guess the mythological Prometheus was kind of a trickster, so that tracks.
Hopefully I don't explode. No, I don't. That's from the first game. Good. I don't know what I actually did there, but still. To actually reset. I don't know how that works. Still, progress is progress. Oh, I get it. Right, so I had actually done some useful work on my previous attempt before I trapped the driller. I guess I should have been more cautious. Like if I was actually here in real life I don't think I would have been so I don't think I'd have taken a risk like that with the driller. I'd have probably tried other things first. Oh, good evening, Rob. Hope you're well. Struggling with migraine again, so most likely be lurking. I'm sorry to hear that, Yisha. Well, it's lovely to see you as always. I don't know how you manage to even lurk during these streams, given that if you're having a migraine. What was I thinking? Yep, I mean, I've not been fantastic, not great mental health recently, as you no doubt aware, but otherwise I can't complain. So the trick here is I need to get 2 items here. It's become apparent to me that I'm going to need to probably use the driller here to create the holes, and then the fan to get the items through. But the problem is, aside from the box, the only other item I have access to is the connector that I'm using to keep this force field down. So I'm still at a bit of a loss as to how I solve this overall. It's like I want to get that connector through here so I can use it as a weight, but then oh, I think I see. I think I've just solved it in my head. I can pass the connector through as it is. And yes, I thought so. And then it can both act as a weight and keep the keep that force field open. So now I just need to pass the box back through, which I do using the fan. So this wasn't so hard after all. Hope you get better soon. Thank you. Are you liking the sequel so far? It's good. I am liking it. I commented earlier, and I stand by that comment, that the beginning of the game seemed to be very, very lore focused, with you exploring New Jerusalem, and that's interesting. It stayed in the air for a long time, like it was hovering. With you exploring New Jerusalem and talking to people, and yet that content has almost entirely stopped now. Oh, that didn't work. I think I'm going to have to reset again. If that's not the solution, what is then? Oh wait, hang on. I can just pull it through. That's fine. This is the solution. Huzzah. Yeah, what I mean is it feels like solve loop without using multiple something or other. I don't know I missed what that achievement was about. Yeah, it feels like what I'm getting at is like the first stream and a half of this we did, we were entirely exploring New Jerusalem, meeting new people. This was all content that wasn't in the first game. It felt very different, like almost a different genre of game. And then suddenly it's all gone back to just puzzles, which is fine. Like, I enjoyed the puzzles in the first game, and I've been enjoying the puzzles in this game. It's just it feels like almost like two different games, if that makes sense. Doge, connecting you to a friend. Please familiar yourself with the following rules. Treat everyone with respect. Oh, we've already seen that. That's different. I've relayed your responses to my friends, and they have reached certain conclusions regarding your character. Would you like to hear them? Yes, go ahead. Very well. Unfortunately, while they found you to be a person of great interest, none of them is willing to make your acquaintance at this time. Why did they come to this conclusion? I demand reconsideration. Their loss. Can I change my previous answers? I mean, I don't think any of those responses are quite right. I guess I'll just inquire further. I'm sort of caught between why did they come to this conclusion or their loss? Why did they come to this conclusion? You told me it was never okay to lie, even to keep a secret. You must understand, there are individuals who value their privacy and expect their friends to do the same. Your position is commendable, but hardly compatible with human relationships. You must know someone who shares my moral conviction. With such moral conviction, I can think of only one person who might be prepared to work with you. There's a guy in the city, he's just like you. He'd let New Jerusalem burn before going against his moral code. He's kind of abrasive, if you ask me. Too many years in archive research, but I suppose I could ask him if he's willing to meet you. Okay, please put us in touch. Okay, I'll send an introduction in due course. Get involved behind the scenes. Not what it seems. Well, this should be interesting when we find out who this is. Yeah, it is a pity. I've been enjoying the game a lot. It's beautiful, the lore's interesting, lots of things to think about, the puzzles are good. But at least up till now, it seems like people haven't been very interested in watching it, so I'll be honest, I have been thinking on and off tonight whether it's time to pull the plug on Talos Principle 2. We'll see. Just looking for the other triangle puzzle now. There should be one more triangle puzzle around here somewhere, I just don't know where. Right, that's puzzle 7, so clearly not there. That looks like one of the lost labs, which I think means we must have been in there, because I believe we found all the lost labs in this area. I believe that's what the game said earlier. Music's quite nice too. Have I been this way already? I mean recently. I'm not sure. I think that's back to the start. Well, as before, I guess we're just wandering and just hoping to stumble across the final double triangle puzzle. Oh, and we did. Oh, Yisha, if you're still about, I've been thinking about putting together a channel trailer to put on the front page of the channel on Twitch, and I was hoping that that I could highlight the community, because at the end of the day, I am just a figurehead for our community. So I was wondering if people have any skills or talents or anything really, anything they think they could contribute. That would be lovely. It doesn't have to be anything big, just like a picture, a little poem, a review of the channel, or anything else. You know, I'm sure other people have all sorts of ideas I haven't thought of. But yeah, I'm organising all that on the Discord. It's still early days on this. On the designing of this trailer, but so people are aware. Interesting. What was this one called again? I'm not sure I noted the first time we walked in here. Keeping connections. That sounds like a nice idea. I'll think about it and see if I can come up with something. That would be lovely. It would be easy to connect this up if I could get a connector in here. Yes. Let me think about this. What is my ultimate goal here? I'm trying to get a red signal there. Okay. And what does this get me? Getting in here gives me an extra connector. So I probably need to get a red signal over there and then use the new connector to get the signal in there. Like I'm going to have to go round... It's going to make a sort of a Z shape. It's going to have to go round two corners. In fact, no, that's a bad description in this case. A sort of, like two right angles is what I'm trying to say. Not a Z shape in this case, more like an angular C, but still. So the question is, how do I get in here? I'm going to need to lower this force field, aren't I? So I need to get a red signal there using nothing but one driller and one connector that's over here. It's obvious how I can get a... You're not connected to anything yet, are you? Not that I can tell. Because we have had puzzles before. I think only in DLC. But I have had puzzles before where a connector's already connected up to somewhere. And that's an essential part of solving it. I was just thinking, if that connector was already connected to the red receiver, that would change the situation significantly. The thing is, from this angle, I don't think we can get the red. What I'm getting at, if I use the driller just to demonstrate, I can connect this up to the red, no problem. But then, how do I get the red to it if I need the driller to make a drill through here? A hole through there. If that makes sense. Like, on the face of it, it feels like I need 2 drillers, which obviously isn't the case. Obviously the puzzle is figuring out how you do it without, but that's the problem. This wall here is quite not very wide. Maybe I could do it. Maybe a beam coming from here would be able to see a connector that's there in that corner, which I could do by passing the connector through the hole that the driller makes. Because I can pick up connectors and still have them retain their connections. That's it. So that's the trick I was missing. I can now pick this up. And presumably I need to pick this up again and carry it back through. Seems so. Hold on, let me just deal with this in chat. There we go. Right, where were we? That looks pretty good actually, already. With any luck, we can solve this now. Why did that not work? Right, needs to be slightly further over. There we go. All done. So that's the 6th double triangle puzzle we've solved. So we've done all double triangle puzzles that we currently have access to, so far as I'm aware. Not done any of the golden puzzles, because as I say, I believe we need to solve every... Based on the information we currently have, which is incomplete, it looks like we need to solve every double triangle puzzle in the game before we get access to any of the golden puzzles. And I would also note we haven't found a single star yet. The game seems to insist that stars exist, but I have not seen one. My best guess is that behind the golden doors, but that is guesswork. They may well not be. Right, so now we want to go back to the central area, and we want to enter the megastructure. That's been our objective for like the last 2 hours in game or something. However long it's been since I was since I started solving the double triangle puzzles. Actually, we did things slightly out of order, didn't we? I think I solved one of the double triangle puzzles before I finished the regular puzzles. Excellent. So, central area.
I finished my analysis of the particle clouds.
Oh, yes?
At first I thought they might be some kind of nanotechnology, but I was wrong. It's a lot worse than that.
Macro
What we're
technology?
looking at is a completely unknown type and state of matter. Completely inexplicable within our understanding of physics. Created and manipulated by someone.
Fascinating.
Someone or something. So there we go. We can go into the megastructure now.
Come
Blimey.
on, people, get on board. We haven't got all day.
Look at like the parallax, like the way the foreground's moving quickly and the background isn't. That gives you a sense of just how big this is. Oh, you get even more parallax if you look at the mountains in the background, because you can see the megastructure moving against them just. Well, we'd better get in before they get angry at us.
Yakut, take us in.
Aye, aye, sir.
Have any of you ever read an ancient writer called Ian Banks? I guess not. He postulated the concept of the outside context problem. That's when a society encounters something so advanced, so different, that they simply could not have conceived of it.
Look at that
That's what
pattern,
this
the way
is.
the beams come in.
This whole place is one giant outside context problem. And we're headed right into it.
Like, they all seem to be a certain enter the
I
megastructure,
think
into
I
the
can
machine.
set down over there. Should I?
Please do. I can't wait to get a closer look.
I was going to say, those beams were coming in, like, if you imagine a triangle, they weren't coming in at, like, 0 degrees, 120 degrees,
Setting down.
240 degrees.
Okay,
They
everyone.
all seem to be offset
We
from
need
that
to
angle,
explore
but
as
by
much
the
as we
same
can,
amount.
Separately if need be, but stay in touch. Record anything interesting you find. And pay special attention to any clues as to who built this place and why.
The schematics we found in that lab were extremely incomplete. So if you can find any more of those, that would be great.
I think someone should stay at the VTOL just in case.
Yes.
See you. See you later, Al.
But he's not here. He just ran off. Okay, if this actually happened to me in real life, I would be staying by the vehicle. I mean, we were specifically given orders to make sure that someone stays at the vehicle at all times. Oh, he has stayed. I'll take it back. Never mind. But I was gonna say, if I did that in this game, then we wouldn't be making any progress. Lovely music again. I wonder who the singer is. Whatever style of singing that is, that obviously isn't in the... It's obviously some... Oh, I could fall off here, I think. Can I? It seems like I could. Better not. I was going to say, whatever style of singing that is, that's clearly not like just Western pop singing. That is some sort of... It is some specific discipline of singing that I don't recognise. Probably a type of ethnic singing, although it's... There's a slim chance that it's... that it's not. I mean, it doesn't sound remotely... Like, what I'm getting at is that it could be that it's a particular type of singing that actually is more widely known and talked about than I realise. But, like... It's not opera, for example. Yeah, the music's incredible in this game. What have we found here? Interesting. Those geometric shapes seem to be levitating, which raises some questions. I mean, I suppose that actually wouldn't be very difficult to do with magnetic fields, assuming that's a ferromagnetic material, and assuming you had a lot of power available. If you had loads of power to spare, you could do that. But honestly, why would you? Surely there are better uses of power than that. And with what looks like the sun behind them, what's making that noise? That buzzing noise. I think it's the light. Mushrooms? Trees? How deep do you think the soil is here? For even a small tree like this to grow, that suggests... I'm no expert, I would assume that there must be at least a few feet of soil, like at least... Like, could you get a tree like that in less than 3 foot of soil, for example? Maybe you could, but I doubt it. Oh, there's a friend here. A pond. This is incredible when you think about it. Like, there's clearly a machined floor here, but nature has been allowed to encroach significantly, and it doesn't look... It's very spotty in the way that it's done so, but this doesn't look like dilapidation. This doesn't look like they built this place and then nature started to move in. Because like I say, there would have to be so much soil underneath, for example. It looks more like it was designed this way, like this is an artistic work. It's an incredible concept. And they've executed it as well. Lilies on the water. Very blue water. Where's that light coming from? Yeah, like this. This is clearly designed. Someone decided... Someone had the idea of having a rock face here with a light that shines down on it. And they implemented it perfectly. These plants aren't here by accident. This isn't dilapidation. Someone did this deliberately. There are similar concepts in real life. Like, I've seen that there are some artists that have genuinely integrated plants into their home. I don't just mean they have a few potted plants. I mean, like, they have fought long and hard about different plant species, climbers and vines that hang down and so on. And they have, as I say, integrated plant life into their home. But even then, I don't think they would have, like, layers of stone flooring and layers or stone tiling and layers of dirt and so on. Very interesting. Or is it metal? I can't tell, because that looks like metal, whereas that looks like more like stone. Let's have a word with Melville. We can't. You seem to be preoccupied. Okay, I hope you're well. I hope you've not just... I hope you're just accessing data as per usual. You're blinking, that's a good sign. You blink? I hadn't thought of it before. Why do you blink? It's not like you need to keep your eyes wet like we do, I would assume. Why would your eyes be designed in that way? Yeah, you even seem to have pupils, don't you? That form like an what I assume is going to be an iris diaphragm. I do mean irises, don't I? Not pupils. The pupil's the black dot in the middle. So even your eyes work like human eyes, so far as I can tell, but they shouldn't be wet. Now I know you might blink to clear dirt out of the way, but I don't think dirt is building up on your eyes that quickly. Lens cleaning? Or just to make them seem more human? Yeah, that's the only thing I can think, to make them seem more human. But it makes you wonder, why did they bother when there are no humans left? because they idolize humans? But if that's the case, what other, like, random bodily functions have they simulated? Do you have, like, do you look like you're breathing? No, your arm's wobbling a bit. Interesting. I can see why they would want to have the capacity to blink, so that they could, like, if they ended up in a dust storm or something, they could clear their, as you say, clean their lenses off quickly. But I don't think that wouldn't require her to blink as frequently as she was. That looks like a Greek figure holding a cube, but with sort of enlarged corners. If that is... hang on. I've just realised something. If that's going to the sky, they could have flown in there the whole time. So that can't be going to the sky. That must be a giant white light they've put up there. I don't think that's an overcast day. I think that's a white light. Which is apparently providing the right frequencies of light for the plants to grow. Ah, a terminal. Let's stick our hand in here and see what happens. Chernovsky 005. From Arkady Chernovsky, in our likeness, Essays on Humankind Reaching Adulthood. What I propose then is that we are not born as entirely free agents, responsible only for ourselves. The very core of what we are, our sentience, separates us from and elevates us above the animal kingdom. As I have argued, this is not a matter of arrogance, but of responsibility. However, this blessing also demands something else from us, something more personal than responsibility, and that is loyalty. Our ancestors, less atomized than we are, experienced a crude version of this loyalty, swearing allegiance to tribes, races, nations, and other such semi-fictional concepts. This fragmented understanding was easily exploited and led to many conflicts. We can condemn them for that, or we can choose to believe these were necessary historical steps towards their growth. But above all, we must stop indulging in such childlike behaviour. Our species can no longer afford to believe in Mother Russia or Uncle Sam. Neither, however, was this written during the Cold War? Neither, however, can we afford to indulge in the adolescent rebel's misanthropy, rejecting the many gifts we have been lucky enough to receive, not from above, but from the history of our species. To put it simply, each of us owes a burden of loyalty to humanity itself, to the human project across time and space. This is not a minor matter, or some abstract issue for philosophers. It is a profound and significant part of every human life. It is a universal source of meaning, an insight that can bind us together and set us up on a path for a brighter future. And it is also a division, a line that must held against those who preach the gospel of self-annihilation. We ignore it at our peril. Failed to load profile. Chernovsky, like Drennan, stood by this belief to the bitter end. Without him, the archive would not exist. As we owe humanity our loyalty, so we owe a more personal debt to those individuals who gave everything for our story to continue. Oh, this must have been one of the fictional individuals then they made up for the game, not a real person. So not written during the Cold War. I really appreciate the bit where it says, as I've argued, this is not a matter of arrogance but of responsibility. In terms of us being elevated above the animal kingdom, that is really quite right and quite impactful, I would suggest. I tried to find any information about the female vocal in the soundtrack, but all I could find is the composer Damian Muravunak, which I'm sure I'm mispronouncing. Only other names are for 2 soundtracks, one of which a female sings. If it's her, then it's Julie Elvin, but she is only credited for 1 soundtrack. I see. And you did all this while suffering from a migraine. That really wasn't necessary, Yisha, but thank you. I appreciate the gesture. A mysterious elevator, I see. Oh no, it's just a door. A golden door. But not like the golden doors we saw before.
Hold on a second, 1K.
Yes?
I think I can find an override for that door.
Maybe after that, you can help me with this elevator?
Oh, there is an
One problem
elevator.
at a time. What's going on with these file structures? Okay, door should be opening. Now, about the elevator.
Actually, the elevator's fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. No idea where I am, but it's working.
Don't go too far. Try to circle back.
On it.
How do you know where too far is, though? Also, did she say these file structures? That is concerning. She's interfacing with their technology, and she's talking about their file structures. A file structure would pertain to the data structure of a file on...
Isn't this an incredible space? Look at it all, it's beautiful.
It is. I'll get back to that point in a moment. Oh, I have a chance now, yeah. A file structure would pertain to the data structure of a file on disk, or whatever storage medium they're using. In other words, whatever file system they're using. Which would imply that she is not using their file system. She's not using drivers that work with that file system. She's trying to access it at a raw data level. Why is she doing that? I mean, I can absolutely guarantee that's not the correct course of action, since I don't know precisely what she's doing and how she got there. But that's concerning that she's had to resort to those sort of measures. Helps me distract myself from it. Took meds a while back and it seems to help a bit, so... I'm sure I've mentioned this before. Have you ever tried niacin to help with migraines? I agree.
That's good. That's excellent. I find that a lot of people these days can't see the beauty in things created by human hand. They can look at an ant colony or a coral reef and be impressed, but if it was made by humans, they just don't see it. It's good to be humble as an individual, but we have to be careful not to lose track of our accomplishments as a species.
I feel like there's the two different
If we're
points.
impressed by the complex patterns produced by animals, then this should be breathtaking.
See, the thing I think you're... the point that you didn't address there, Byron, is I think it couldn't be clearer that whoever built this went out of their way to make it beautiful. I mean, look at this. Like, that looks like it's probably functional, whatever that is. I don't know what that machinery is doing, but it's probably is doing something important. But then look at where it's housed. Look at the way you have these, like, metal tile walls that are in a very complex shape, which I very much doubt is functional, and then it actually merges into stone. And then they've put trees in, and bushes, like, and water down there, which may be functional, but quite possibly isn't. Like, someone has really, really gone out of their way to make this place look like this, to make it beautiful, whereas most of the stuff that the humans build aren't built with that in mind. Like, they aren't trying to be beautiful, they are just trying to be functional. That's what I think is the distinction. Incidentally, going a bit off topic, but that's one of the things that I absolutely adore concerning Victoriana. The fact that to a much greater extent they really did, I'm talking about in real life now, they really did care about beauty a lot more than we do, and would go out of their way to make just normal household items beautiful. You know, like in their furniture, engraving beautiful patterns or figures. Their wallpaper not just being like a simple colour or simple patterns. Well, sometimes it would be, but often they would be complex, impressive pieces of art, all on their own. You know, some a real artist would have worked hard to produce something so beautiful that you could almost imagine seeing it in a painting, and they would just stick that on their walls. Anyway, niacin as in vitamin B3? Then no, I haven't. All I've tried is sumatriptan. My migraines has become much less frequent recent months. I've made some changes with food and such, which has actually helped me a lot. Oh, I'd love to hear about that. So with my migraines, I discovered some time ago that niacin helps. And yes, I do mean B3. You need to take the there's like 2 different chemicals which they often use and sell as niacin. You want the flush variety. You want to induce a niacin flush. The non-flush variety seems to have entered the market in the last few years because a lot of people see the niacin flush as being a horrible side effect. So far as I can tell, it is the niacin flush that clears the migraine. Now, a niacin flush is not that pleasant. It feels a bit like having sunburn. And your skin goes red as your blood vessels dilate, and there are other possible side effects. Sometimes, for example, I've had, because you're mega dosing on the niacin, I probably should have led with that. You're taking, you'll be taking a very hefty dose. I'd have to check the exact dosage, but I think I started with like using a gram and then went up from there. But yeah, you would be mega dosing. And I've noticed, for example, sometimes I'll get like stomach pain just after having taken it. That then passes quite quickly. Then a few minutes later I'll get the niacin rush, and that then seems to clear the migraine, at least for me. Now, because I'm talking from my own personal experience, I can't guarantee, it's a sample size of 1, I can't guarantee that it will work for other people, but migraines are just so horrible that I do like to tell people that I have found this one thing that seems to work. Because if it helps one person, it's worth it. I'm just checking when I've bought niacin in the past, what concentration has it been? Yeah, I thought so. I used to get 500 milligram tablets, and I used to take 2 of them, so that would be taking a gram of niacin. That is a massive mega dose. But nowadays I use even more than that. I use I think it's about 2.5 grams when I have it, approximately. I just get the powder. Actually, I think it's 2.5 milliliters I'm having, and it's probably less dense than water, so it's probably more than 2.5 grams when it's in its powdered form, I would guess. No, wait, if it's less dense than water, then that would mean that that 2.5 milliliters would be less than 2.5 grams. But anyway, that should at least give you a vague notion of the dosages I would use to induce a niacin rush. I would suggest start with less and then build your way up. But 500 milligrams would be a vague starting point. Sharing experiences can be really helpful, so thanks. I'll take a look into that. Like I say, be aware that there are side effects.
Hey, 1K, can we talk for a second?
Yep.
That whole thing with the elevator just gave me the creeps.
Sure, what's up?
When we first arrived here, I was really excited. It's such a huge place. The technology is so advanced. If we figure out what it all means, we could really change the future of New Jerusalem. The mayor says we have to avoid repeating the mistakes our ancestors made, to stay humble, to not reach too far. And that sounds very abstract, but I've seen the ancient cities. I've seen how much they built, how much they grew, how far they fell. So I've been thinking, what if all this sets us on the same path? what if this is too much power for anyone to control?
You're right, this place could be dangerous, but we need to understand it. I think it's more complex than that. Power isn't necessarily good or bad. I don't think that's what went wrong with our ancestors, was too much power. Honestly, I think it's too early to tell. I think your original impulse was correct. New Jerusalem needs this technology. The mayor's premise is wrong. He's assuming history can only develop in one way. I think it's more complex than that. Power isn't necessarily good or bad.
So what do you think it was? What made our ancestors destroy themselves?
It was a disease. It was actually a lack of power. With more control over their biology, they would have survived. They got their priorities wrong. If they'd properly invested in medicine before the virus, they would have survived. They weren't careful about the side effects of their growth, otherwise the virus would never have been released. Most of them wanted to do things differently, but their political systems wouldn't let them. It was just bad luck, a confluence of bad things happening all at once. They almost made it. It doesn't matter what it was. We're not them. Honestly, I think bad luck isn't a bad way of putting it. Because at the end of the day, it was notion of global warming that caused the virus to be released from permafrost. But at the same time, you know, medical science could have potentially saved them if they had been more advanced in it at the time. And as they pointed out in that article that we read earlier this stream, it's not like there hadn't been people advocating for doing things differently, which could have saved them. There's a human factor there, but the way things actually transpired, I don't think it's inevitable that it had to end that way. I think they could have done things more cautiously, but it's not like they could have known when they started global warming, for example, in the Industrial Revolution, that there was a virus in permafrost. It's not like they knowingly... It's not like they knowingly doomed themselves, and it's not like things couldn't very easily have been different such that they survived. So although there was a human element, I don't think it's right or fair to say that it was their own lust for power that destroyed them. If they hadn't, for example, reached the Industrial Revolution, if they had just stopped developing technology at the late medieval period, then okay, maybe the virus wouldn't have been released, but then they would have been so much more vulnerable to other natural disasters, and eventually they would have been wiped out, especially if they couldn't get off planet. It's just bad luck, a confluence of bad things happening all at once. They almost made it.
I guess. I mean, they did survive for thousands and thousands of years before this happened. But what if we get unlucky one day too?
Exactly.
I have to think about this. Thanks for talking to me, 1K. I know we're in the middle of something, but I kind of needed that.
It seems to me that there's no way you can guarantee the success of our species in this game, but the only way that, or the best policy you could possibly have would be conservative development, thinking carefully about what impact our decisions would have on the environment, being careful not to bring misfortune on ourselves, but equally to still be pushing for technological development. I can't see another way to do it. You're either going to be, if you don't develop technologically, then you will get wiped out by something eventually. What was I saying? Yeah, niacin. Be aware that there are side effects, and you may want to look up the side effects of a niacin rush so you're aware. I know someone, for example, that when they take niacin, I don't get this at all, but they feel very sick when they take it. As in nauseous. But I still recommend niacin, at least to try, because of how awful migraines are. They are so painful. In my case, with the main side effect being the sunburnt feeling, that is a massive improvement over having a migraine, which are just the worst. Anyway, that's all I was gonna conclude with on that topic. I was wondering what was going on there with those floating bits of metal. Again, they could do that with magnetic fields in theory. Oh, there's going to be more puzzles in here because there's another Tetromino puzzle, I assume. Unless each area...
Looks like another set of puzzles. Same pattern, 1 gate, 3 receivers. Like some sort of fractal symmetry.
Oh, we already have parts. Okay. I was going to say, the other alternative would be if the puzzles we've already solved in-game have given us the Tetrominos, we need to cross these bridges, if that's how they work. But now I'm thinking...
Getting locked out of parts of the system. I think I've tracked down some more schematics, though. Let's see. This might do something. Or not.
Although I'm now wondering if actually we're not being awarded Tetrominos for completing puzzles at all. If in fact I always had access to these Tetrominos and could have in fact solved the bridge puzzles from the very beginning. I don't know. Interesting. I wonder if the stars are in here. Oh no, they can't be because we were told... Okay. I wasn't expecting that. Interesting. Because when we were looking at the statistics screen before, each of the previous locations we'd visited did have a certain number of stars associated with it. Well, that's not going to work. Can I remove multiple at a time? I can. Have I done it? No. I know I could sit down with... I could measure all this and sit down with a pencil and paper and probably solve it that way. But I'd rather avoid that if I could. Well, why don't I complete the puzzle that's in here first, assuming I can. Wait, do I have any... I have nothing to... I have no components, okay. These clearly work differently to the other puzzles then. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Do I have to pass a beam through here? Yes, I think I do. Which means this is still part of the same puzzle. Oh. Ah, this is looking promising. Nope, no such luck. I rearrange the stuff back here so that it's two shorter. Not easily. No, not easily. Yes! Largely by luck, but still. Goodness me. So again, these puzzles don't serve any practical function. Someone built this deliberately to challenge anyone that came through here. Why? Interesting. What do I do with just another connector? They were both connectors over there, weren't they? There wasn't like one RGB converter, was there? I wonder if we end up there. If we solve that puzzle. Oh, it was an RGB converter, right. Hello, Big Chief John. How are you doing? Ah, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. Oh. Okay. Right, I'm going to need to pick this one up again. You'll need to be connected to here, here, and here, presumably. You, on the other hand, are going to also need to be able to connect up to there. But then those beams are going to cross. Or at least those beams won't cross now. Alright, let's see if I can do it now. How are the King, Sire Lord? Well, I don't know about all this king business, but I'm surviving. Haven't had a great mental health day, but you know, that happens. Happens quite a lot. Still, otherwise I can't complain. Indeed, we have ended up here. How have you been? You hyped for any games coming? I don't know what games are coming out soon, to be perfectly honest. Ah, this must be one of the lasers we were asked to, I say asked, we gave ourselves the job of activating. Ah, it's flooded here. Interesting. What's keeping this water here? It would evaporate eventually if it wasn't being replenished. Ah, this is probably going to a switch. There's a long cable. Are there any games I should particularly be looking forward to, do you think?
Good job, 1K.
Thank you, Byron. Outer Worlds 2. Oh yeah, I did hear about that. I don't think I've done Outer Worlds 1 though. Wasn't it the Outer Wilds I played, that puzzle game? Where you go from planet to planet and there's a time loop. I've forgotten because there's like two games with very similar names. I think one's Outer Worlds and one's Outer Wilds. Oh dear, that looks complicated. Looks like they've got a lot of insect life here. Let me check quickly, shall I? Yeah, Outer Worlds is an action role-playing game developed by Obsidian Entertainment. So that's the one that I didn't do. Oh, thank you, Beamer. Very kind of you to raid. I do appreciate it. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and I do all sorts of games. I VTube, as you can see. Currently I'm playing a game called the Talos Principle 2, which is a puzzle game. There's a lot of lore. If you want me to tell you more, I would be happy to do so. But there is a lot of lore, so it would be quite the information dump. But I'm also currently got playthroughs of Dark Souls 2 and Bloodborne on the go. How are you, Beamer? I don't know where I'm going, incidentally. I've only just gained access to this area. Gotta run and get an oil change, but I hope you have a great day, my friend. Thank you. And thank you for using the bits. Well, it's lovely to see you anyway. Oh, I should give you a shout out, shouldn't I? That would only be polite. Thank you very much for the raid, I do appreciate it. Right, what do we have here? So we have a red source, a red producer, and a red receiver. A driller, I thought so. I thought there must be a connector on the other side here, otherwise it doesn't make sense. So now we have the connector. But I'm probably going to have to connect these up and then pass it through the hole. There we go. Now I have a way through here. If I pick this up as is, I should be able to connect everything up. Oops. There we go, and I can get through. Well, welcome everybody, welcome raiders. Down this way. Oh, have I already found another one of the big lasers? That was fast. We're trying to get into an area over there. There's like a big gate and we need to turn on lasers to
Well done.
Thank you, Byron. To gain entry. We're inside a big mega structure. How is everybody today? Right, so there should be one more laser, a red one. Don't know where it is, but we'll just have to find it. So that's where the big gate is, as you can see. I suppose Beamer's gone. I probably should have asked what they had been playing. Trying to figure out where we go from here. Perhaps over here? Perhaps? Maybe? Possibly? Remains to be seen. That wasn't too bad. That's another type of puzzle, the tetromino puzzles. That would allow us up to the big gate that's shut. This is going back to an area we've already been. So apparently I've not located where the big red laser is. So the blue one's there, the green one's there. Where's the red? Ah, up there probably. Was there a different turn I could have taken and didn't? Looks like it. I don't know if I can fall off, incidentally. I assume I can fall off, but I haven't verified it yet. And I don't intend to. So is this the way we need to go? Or is this only going to lead back to the green? Well, so far, we haven't had any choice, have we? Ah, here's a choice. So presumably I went right last time and ended up at the green. And presumably if I go left, I end up at the red. That would be my guess. Okay. Very interesting. Huh. This looks like it wants us to complete a bunch of puzzles. Does it? No. Okay. Sorry, this, like, we've seen this structure before, and usually these light up as you complete puzzles. So I was a little surprised to find that we don't actually need to complete a puzzle here. But if we don't, we don't.
I wonder how far down this goes.
You wonder how far down what goes? Presumably there's a puzzle here I have to solve, then I come out there and pull that lever. That must be the red one. Right, okay, so there's another puzzle in here to be solved. What are we dealing with here? There's a blue... Right, that's a connector that's sending a blue beam to this connector. That's an inverter, not a connector. Inverters work like connectors, but they will... they will change the colour of whatever beam that goes into them. So far we've only seen inverters that work on red and blue. I don't know what happens if you send a red-blue inverter a green signal. I don't think we've ever had the chance. Incidentally, these purple force fields, we can walk through them, but we cannot take equipment with us. If I try to do it, it gets left behind. And there's like blue force fields that keep everything out. Very interesting. Why is this a connector or an inverter? It's a connector. Why is there a connector over here? Like, what is the use? Alright, well let's start with figuring out what we're actually trying to achieve here. Oh, I can send a blue signal there. Oh, okay. I think I get it now. I think this whole puzzle would be trivial if we could get a connector in here, but we can't. Right, I see. So I'm probably going to have to send the signal around the long way, I would guess. This is made more complicated by the fact that this inverter is keeping this force field down, and we need that force field to stay down, which implies that I can't pick up that inverter, because if I did, we'd be locked out of there. And normally when we do puzzles, we have the option to reset. I don't know if we do here. Oh, we can reset in here. Okay. So I can't lock myself out permanently. There's at least that saving grace. Alrighty then. So I can only assume... Well, currently this connector's doing nothing of use. So let's break that. I feel like this, we want this to receive a red signal. I think. Yes, so this inverter will turn it into a red one, and we can send it there. My concern is, what if it shuts... What if the beams destructively interfere? Which I think they will. No, we'll get away with it because the inverter over there is on a box, so it's elevated. Oh, there's a ladder there, so you can get back over if you need to. Right, let me put this here so it's more easily visible from over here. I think we can do it now. Just connect this up. And we're done. Honestly, that was actually quite an easy puzzle. The only thing was there were enough parts that it took me a minute to like enter it all into my head and properly comprehend what I was being asked to do. But as puzzles in that game go, that was quite easy. Explore the area.
The gate's open. 1K if you want to. Go ahead. I'll finish up scanning this.
Excellent. Goodness knows what we're going to find. What do you think we'll find? This way, wasn't it? To get back. I believe so. Down here. Incidentally, we've been talking...
This is madness. Even the walls are bursting with power.
Interesting. She's an engineer, by the way. We've talked about this before. I don't think this area is dilapidated. You might think this has been left here for a long time. I don't think it has. I think it was designed this way. I think... I don't think they would have ended up with dirt in here naturally, for example. I think... And when you think about a tree like this, how much dirt does this need? That isn't just a small covering of dirt. Clearly that must go down at least 2 or 3 feet at a minimum. I think this place has been deliberately designed to look like this. I think someone went to a lot of trouble to create this exact aesthetic. Why? I don't know. But it's interesting. Which way now? This way. I don't know how I managed that. I'm sure we went that way, but then came back this way. Oh well, I won't complain. Right, another Tetromino puzzle. Job done. Nothing round here, is there? Just checking. Wow, these receivers are very large. I'm not sure I appreciated from afar how large these receivers were. Just the scale of this. Explore the area. There seems to be some sort of objective point there. Okay, we have a choice, left or right. Another little pond someone's built. Interesting. Again, this isn't like water that seeped in. Someone designed it that way. Interesting. Ah, that looks like a terminal. We may get some information from that. Does this just go back the other way? Okay, we could have gone either way. Why bother? Why bother building two different... Why build it this way? Why not just go straight? I suppose so that they can have the area in the middle, isn't it? With the pond. Yeah. Rightio. Oh. A little elevated path. If I fall in... How deep is it there? Do you think I survive if I go down there? I think I see the bottom. I think we'll be fine. Yeah, we'll be fine. In case you're not aware, we're an android in this game. You can see... Actually, can I not? There we go. That's our character. And we've been told that we're water resistant. So it's fine to go paddling, but we mustn't get completely submerged. That's what we were told. Before I go to the the area someone's gone to great lengths to highlight in the middle of the room, let's do a quick perimeter check. Hello, what's this? A massive emblem of some sort. 3 circles, somewhat overlapping, with a vertical line through the middle. Circles decreasing in size from top to bottom. Alright. Let's find out what's on this terminal then. What have we got? Question. Okay, we have more ASCII to transliterate. Holdioni. Let me do this quickly. 496E 20616C 6C 20746869 6E 677320 6F 6620 6E 61747572. Sorry, 747572. 652074 6865. In all things of nature, the 72652069732073 6574 6869 6E 7420 6F 6620 746865 2060 61727665 6 C 6F 75732E. In all things of nature, there is something of the marvelous. Looks like I may have skipped a 20, a space on accident. I was doing some reading while the last trial was running, and I came across something I don't understand. Oh, this was written by Miranda, who's a character that we've been learning about in this game. There are a lot of references to ancient humans feeling that science is boring. To me, everything we're studying is mind-bendingly incredible, whether it's quark-gluon deconfinement or neutrino-antineutrino oscillations, or even something incredibly basic like the properties of light. I understand why our ancestors cared about art, why a beautifully crafted story or poem was moving to them, but how could they not see that everything that surrounds us is just as incredible? Studying science is like studying the most incredible machine ever created, a machine designed to build worlds and tell stories. How could they not see that? I'm sure there's a good explanation, but I don't get it. Uh-oh. Something's gone wrong again. We're having another vision.
What are you thinking about, Mother? The Talos principle. You see,
Athena
it has two
built Miranda.
applications. One is to the self. It means facing the truth even if it frightens us. Understanding that living beings are machines and we can't afford to lie to ourselves. But that's just the beginning. The second application is to the world. This one seems easier at first. It's less difficult to understand that the universe is a machine, governed by laws.
So we and the universe are the same.
No, and that's the crucial part. We are conscious. Consciousness is rare, unlikely, but it's also the foundation of everything else. Without us, there can be no meaning. Without someone to perceive it, the beauty of the universe is pointless. But that shouldn't make us arrogant. No, in fact, it means we carry a tremendous responsibility. We are the light of the
Pillars
cosmos.
floating in the background.
And if we go out,
And that rock.
there will be nothing but a cold, dark machine.
Interesting. I noticed their bodies had different designs as well. Act 2, the human form divine.
Athena. The founder was here?
So it would
She
seem.
could still be here. What if this is why she left, to build all this?
This answers a lot of
We have
questions.
to look for her.
I'm reading some pretty big energy spikes. I think we better scramble.
But she could be right here, right behind the next door. I could turn around a corner and walk right into her.
If she's really here, she'll still be here when we come back. But right now, safety needs to come first. Let's go, Byron.
You're... Oh. Damn you, but you're right. Heading back.
I'm getting some controller vibrations. What was I thinking? Right, so Athena, the first android, who disappeared, she must have gone to New Alexandria after its destruction and presumably not only salvaged the technology there, but I wonder if she actually repaired a lot of the broken androids that had been left for dead. Maybe not, but I mean, if she did, that would explain some things. Maybe she didn't. Maybe she just took the technology that was there and built new androids. That would also make sense. Like Miranda.
Was that really the founder?
I think so.
It was her. For years, I've wondered what happened to her, why she left, where she went, why she didn't tell me.
If the answers are here, I promise you we'll find them. We just have to be careful. Follow protocol.
Goodness. Long way out, isn't it? And as far as I'm aware, there's no such thing as running in this game.
I still can't believe the founder built this place. Has she been here the whole time?
We don't know that she actually built it. All we know for sure is that she was here at some point.
Of course she built this. Who else would have the kind of vision necessary to accomplish something like this? The question is why? And why like this? Why recreate all these aspects of the simulation? What is she trying to tell us?
It does seem like it might be a test. I can't imagine any other explanation. But why is it so broken? Or does it just appear to be broken so that we have to learn how to fix it? I hate this.
Well, I know one thing for sure. Everyone in New Jerusalem is gonna go absolutely nuts.
Goodness me. I didn't realise quite how far we'd walked into the structure. Here we go. Why would this structure have been designed to collapse, assuming that's what's happening, just after they had seen that, gotten access to that recording? I called it a vision because it's sort of a vision and a recording. We saw it, but we're an android and we were streaming what we could see. So we were rendered non-operational, temporarily. That, like, vision was forced upon us, and in a glitchy way, but everyone else could still see what we could see.
All right, take us back to base camp, Yakut.
Yes, sir. I'm getting some new readings. Looks like 2 of the northern sites are lighting up.
I think that may have been me. I suspect the puzzles are somehow tied to the transport system. Like we're supposed to solve them in a particular order.
Goodness. Over to some of the northern islands, I guess. Oh, I have to go via the transport system, of course.
All right, everyone. Our main objective is getting back into the megastructure. 1K, I want you on puzzles. You seem to have a knack for them. But the rest of us can't neglect our secondary objectives of studying this island and understanding this technology.
Wait, is there another... Oh, I bet there's equivalent openings to the megastructure on all 4 sides. And I've done the ones from the east. So that's this is facing east then. I see. And you're not even a little bit concerned by the fact that these puzzles seem to have been created solely to test someone, presumably us, and then once we completed them we were granted access to the megastructure, and then once we had seen what it was presumably intended for us to see, the structure then began rumbling. We escaped before anything bad happened, and then it closed behind us. Does it not feel like we are being rather led? I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing. We don't know what the intentions are of whoever created all this, but it does seem rather like we aren't in control here.
You should be headed towards an island off the northern coast. The terrain's pretty rough, so be careful.
The island has another island attached to it.
Yes, it has several, actually.
How irritating.
What?
Oh, blimey. How far did we travel? I wasn't expecting this. How could we possibly have shifted biomes so? Mist vibes indeed. Riven. How could we possibly have gone to a biome so radically different unless we travelled like a few hundred miles, right? Because I mean, it could be snowy mountains, except we saw the water. It's not like we're okay. We're on some sort of ship in the sky. I Don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. And there's stuff down there. Goodness. Listen to that music. Yeah, I mean the water's there's ice on the water. I feel like we must be in like the Arctic Circle at this point. I know we were going north. How far did we travel? It's incredible. Number 1. This is the first puzzle. Mind-body dualism. Interesting. I wonder if they're going to introduce a new tool. Yep.
What the?
This is new. I mean, we are an android, but... Oops. This is more than a little concerning. Hello again. Caught the stream quite late. Hope you're enjoying the game so far. Just wanted to let you know there's a run button. I don't know what it is on the controller. Oh, okay. There is a run button. That would have been helpful to have known. Oh, found it. Okay, that's on me. Also, it's lovely to see you again. I hope you're having a good day. I guess I go over here. I don't see a sensible alternative. So what's going on when we're not in there? Just some sort of null AI that just keeps the body ticking over and apparently moving ever so slightly. A little concerning. I wonder how concerned we are about making sure that we... Wait. Oh. Look at that, 1000. We are Android 1000. So whoever built this, well, presumably Athena, specifically thought that we would be doing these puzzles. Not just someone from New Jerusalem, us. How did she predict that accurately? It's been good. Hope you're having a pleasant weekend so far. Well, yes and no. Bad mental health day, but other than that, yes. I can't complain otherwise, I mean. Now, I think this is the duplicate body, not the body we came in. I guess we're not bothered about leaving in a different body. Or should I be? It's possible I've made a mistake, but I think this is the original body we came in. Leg up. Okay. What does this do? Oh! This is from the first game. I think they've changed the design slightly. But no, I know what that is. Ah, can I use this to weight something? I don't remember. Were the platforms that heavy in the first game? I'm not sure they were. I see. I hope tomorrow goes a little better. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oops. We had recorders in the first game, though, to help with this. Ah, I can look down and take control. I see, which implies I can look up and take control as well. So it would seem. How do I get them both up here? Oh, I don't. I just pick up the platform? Indeed. Well, that was a fairly well-designed puzzle.
Any further insights on the particle clouds, Melville?
To be honest with you, Byron, I feel like a caveman trying to study Bose-Einstein condensate. I'm seeing unknown particles whose every property violates the laws of physics, apparently capable of being controlled and recombined into just about anything. It's ridiculous.
Maybe someone in New Jerusalem can figure it out.
Sure, just give them another 1,000 years.
Dual stream. Well, it didn't take Athena 1,000 years. So there are 2 fans here, and a connector, and a platform. And 2 receivers. I don't know how to solve this one. All I have is an idea. There's the connector. That's my idea. And it worked. Oh wow, we've never actually seen ourselves on a fan before, so apparently we take that position. Interesting. Wait, why has that not worked then? Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. So did you drop that force field and you drop the other force field? Yes, that's exactly how that works. Interesting. I need one of the bodies free to walk through. Oh, I get it. Right, I get it. Where's my other body? There you are. Where's my other body? I didn't expect to say that today. Excellent. Wow, looks like I can take control even through a solid object, which is good to know. Job done. I noticed the connector didn't come down with the platform. That must have, like, landed on our head. Hello there.
Wonkai,
Hello.
I've been watching you solve these puzzles, and
Yes?
this body replication tech, it's incredible.
Is that what's going on?
It just casually blows up the very foundations of our society.
I mean, I feel like the... Oh, hang on. Low power on the iPhone I'm using for tracking. I feel like it's transferring my consciousness to a pre-existing body. I don't think it's cloned my body. I don't think the bodies didn't exist in there until I arrived. I don't think they scanned me and made a duplicate then. Or if they did, why didn't it also duplicate all the data that's stored in my body, my mind? It feels like they're empty bodies and that I can transfer my consciousness between them, which is probably a data transfer of some sort. So I'm not sure replication is quite what I would call it. What do you mean?
Do you have any idea how hard it is to make more of us? We're not like a toaster. You don't just weld together a couple of wires and a motherboard and call it a day. Not to mention how hard it is to even find some of the materials. And this thing just, poof, new human.
I see. But the goal was to stop at 1,000, wasn't it? And it's Athena who apparently made this, so far as we can tell.
It was. Or was it? And even if it was, sorry to be heretical, but does it matter? If we can figure out how this works, we can finally, easily create more people. We can grow. We can expand. We can build a real civilization. Isn't that worth pursuing?
I would say so, but I think the mayor may be in stark opposition to you. It's our cosmic duty to spread consciousness. Maybe there is some point where there's enough people, but this is not it. Maybe there are legitimate reasons to limit the population. This is very dangerous. We decided to limit ourselves for a reason. I don't really have an opinion about this. Let's go with maybe there is some point where there's enough people, but this is not it.
Look, yes. Large amounts of people can cause problems. But even the problems they cause are interesting. Because without people, the world is boring. I'm not even saying there isn't some planetary limit. But I've done the maths. It's in the high billions, not a measly 1,000. Anyway, we all need to think about what this means. Glad you and I are more or less on the same page.
Alright, I'll get back to work. What productive conversation. Where am I going now? Ooh, that's very interesting.
This body replication technology is proof of just how
Tetrominos.
vital this expedition is. We may not know how it works and what its limitations are, but the technology itself isn't even what really matters. What matters is to expand our imagination, to realize that other futures are possible. I'm glad you see it that way too, 1K. After all, the world is better with you in it, isn't it?
I don't know. Oh, we've made it to the surface. I don't know. Oh, so it isn't floating in the sky after all. No, it's not. Huh. Just a fortress. What was I thinking? I don't know about this, The only goal is to expand our imagination business, though. Three of us, okay. I feel like Melville had a point about being able to easily expand the population, and have you considered the medical, if you will, implications? The number of people you could save where you couldn't have before, if you can just swap bodies like this. Okay, in all seriousness, what am I doing? High ground. I'm trying to I mean, I assume I just need to get up there, right? That's the only puzzle. I can see the platform. I can see I can jump on on this, and then jump on top of someone holding a platform. That would get me too high. But then where do I go from there? Oh, there's another platform up there. That'll be it. Okay. I think we've got this solved. I think. We'll have to see. Might be one of those occasions where I think I've got it solved until I actually try it, and then I realise I don't. Can I not pick that up? No. This is fine. There are solutions available to us. Although I feel like with a little jump we should be able to grab that. Never mind, that's clearly not the intended solution. There we go. Got the platform. Right, I'm just thinking about what has to happen next. So I can see now theoretically we could have someone on top again. But how do they get up high enough to do that? It's a very good question. Oh, I think I get it. Yeah, I think I get it. Just trying to get it clear in my head, the order in which I need to do things. Right, you need to, if you can, jump up here. And then onto here. And then you need to jump down. Then you need to jump onto here. And then onto here. And in theory, now we have what we need. Now, if we work our way up the Tower of People. No. That's annoying. We're going to need this as well. Okay. Hold on, I'll just need to remake the tower after I've moved the cube. The hexahedron. We need slightly more height still. Right, how did I do it? I needed... You stand here. You go here. Here. Jump. Over here. Take control here. Over here. Jump. Right, now we should be able to do it. Up to the top person, and we're here. Job's a good one.
Every one of these clouds seems to contain exactly the same amount of energy. That
is interesting. Now, if I counted the number of jumps we did correctly, I think this is our original body. Or if I kept track correctly. Hold on, I want to speak to them. I think that's... Oh, not Byron or Melville. Yakut, that was it.
Miranda is the founder's daughter.
So it would seem.
It's still kind of blowing my mind. She came all the way out here, left everything she had behind, and created a new life. Why do you think she did that?
Because creating new life is beautiful. To help her with her secret project. Perhaps she was lonely. I don't have a clue. It could be all three, frankly. Let's go because creating new life is beautiful.
Miranda is certainly amazing, at least from what she sounds like. I can imagine that it must feel very special to be her parent. On the other hand, we're not like ancient humans. We're not born as babies. Would you have preferred to have a family?
No, I prefer this for myself. Some guidance would have been nice. Byron sort of took me under his wing.
He did, didn't he? He remembers what it's like to be part of a family. The first companions were everything to him.
I want to ask you about something else. How are you feeling?
I'm not sure, to be honest. This is all so surreal. Walking around here is so peaceful, but it's also... I don't know. One moment I feel inspired, the next, kind of creeped out.
Why is the northern part of this island mostly underwater?
Our ancestors relied heavily on fossil fuels for energy generation, which released a lot of carbon dioxide. This caused the atmosphere to trap more heat, which changed the planet's overall climate. The effect continued even after they were gone, and these low-lying areas were flooded. I've seen a lot of places like that.
That's a good point, actually. I don't suppose they ever did solve the global warming problem since Homo sapiens were wiped out, and I wonder what the long-term runaway effects would have been. Because I think most climate models work on the assumption that humans are still going to be around. Like, for example, more forest fires could, in theory, lead to certain forests being entirely wiped out and that carbon being released into the atmosphere, raising the Earth's temperature even further. You know, well, or alternatively, with humans gone, you might suddenly see plant life thriving all over the planet again, forests being regrowing, and carbon dioxide being taken out of the atmosphere. It's an interesting point. Did you ever meet the founder?
No, I never did. I would have loved to.
Have you changed your mind about trying some puzzles?
Nope.
What did you make of the megastructure's interior?
You know, people throw around the word awesome a lot. I probably do it too, but I think what we saw in there is the proper meaning of the word.
That's fair. Full of awe. Awesome. Actually, wouldn't that be awful? Number 5, up this way. Certainly awe-inspiring. Oh, I found a triangle puzzle. A double triangle puzzle. I mean, I wasn't looking for one, but I'll do one. If we're here. Passing through. Interesting. That's what I'm trying to get. How do I lower the force field? Jammer? I see no pressure plates or receivers or anything, so presumably a jammer. Oh, there's a jammer. Is there a body on the other side? Yes, there is. I can't swap bodies through a force field. Oh, and I can't do it through some solid objects. Okay. I must have been able to see like a single pixel of them when I did it last time. Yeah, it's quite forgiving, isn't it? If you're on the cusp. Okay. So it's clear I can do something like this. Is there anything else in this puzzle? A box. Interesting. How does that help? Also, I'm just. This isn't going to help. I'm just curious. I'm curious what's going to happen. Okay, that wasn't very exciting. Can I use the box to pass this over the top? No. And I can't... can I jam through here? No. Can I, like, push the box through? No. The box is now infinitely heavy. If I pick the box up, jammer falls. Okay. Well, that's a few ideas ruled out. Hello, can I... Maybe... Can I put the jammer on top of a box that's being held? We've never done anything like this before, so I really don't know. No, it doesn't look like it. Wait, can I jam myself? No. I was going to say, that would be both a bit pointless and a bit mean. Oh, I can take the box off myself, though. I didn't know I could do that. I mean, it seems, to state the obvious, it seems like the whole puzzle is about how do I get the jammer out of here? How do I get the jammer that's jamming the force field out of the area where the force field is? Since I see no other way this would be doable. And how does the box help? I can elevate myself with the box, but that's about it. As we've established, carrying the box... Oh! Well, that'll make the difference, won't it? Alright. Oh, I think I see how we do it. Yeah. I've lost track of which body was the original body. I wasn't paying enough attention. Oh, that's not going to work. No, that won't. I think I probably have the right idea, though. I probably just have to do it over here? Yeah, probably. Maybe. Just have to try it and see, I guess. Oops. Up we go. Nope, still can't make it over. Huh. If that's not the idea, then what is? Oops. Wait, what? What did I do? Oh, there you are. This platform is obviously used in the solution, to state the obvious. But how does it help? I haven't. Oh, So I'm just trying to think how I would do. I've got an idea. I'm trying to figure out how to do it in practice. I can't grab this from the other side, can I? No. What I'm wondering is, can I reach over and grab the gemma? Perhaps if it's slightly elevated. I have to try and get on this without knocking the jammer off. Oh, the jammer's actually super glued there, so that's fine. Well, this isn't great. For a second I was given the prompt. There we go. We're up. Out we go. The problem's going to be that the character will try and walk forwards when I try and pick up the jammer. That's exactly what happened. I remember this one took me some time too. Alright, back to the drawing board. We have two bodies, a box, and a platform. I've already considered the possibility, could we get an angle where we could jam this force field from the other side, but I don't think that would work. I don't think the jammer would be happy, even if we could get the angle, like up here. I'm not sure if the jammer would actually be happy to continue to jam this force field if it fell down so it was on the other side of this force field, if that makes sense. It might work, but I'm dubious. And even if it did, I don't think we could get high enough unless both bodies were on this side. And we need one body on the outside. I've completely lost track of which body's which. Which one's the original. So we'll just have to hope it doesn't matter. Here's a thought. Can I put a box on top of a platform? I don't know. Yes. Which means I could put a jammer on top of a box. Or on top of a box on top of a platform on top of a person. I mean, that probably would work in principle, but there's still a practical concern here. I could probably put the jammer directly on top, actually. Yeah, I could. And that'll jam it, won't it? The far force field, I mean. Yes, it should. Yes. Well, we're most of the way to a solution now. The only remaining question is, how do I do that and still have myself on the other side? That I'm uncertain of. How does this behave, actually? So it does remember what it's trying to jam. That's good. The problem is, I can't place the jammer without the jammer being in my hand, which in turn means that that force field must be up. And I can't place the jammer with me being on the other side of the force field, I don't think. I guess that's the thing I need to test next. Well, no, because to place the jammer from the other side of the force field would mean having the jammer on the other side of the force field. And if I could do that, the puzzle's solved. I have an idea. Okay. You pick this up. How did I do this originally? Oh, I remember. Up here, up here. Grab that. Drop that on there. Now you go to the other side, but stay close by. Can I... Can I get the jammer up there from here? No. That's not gonna work. They've stumped me. This might be the worst stump of the night so far. It could be that I'm barking up the wrong tree. That having a person with a platform with a cube with a jammer on top is not the solution, but that seemed like it would work. What else could I try? Don't think too hard about it, you'll get there. Worst case, I can give a hint if you need, but you'll feel good once you figure it out. Thank you. Thank you for the encouragement, and thank you for the offer of a hint. If I get really stuck, I may take you up on that offer, but I'm going to persevere for a bit longer. Well, the way I see it, either there's a way that I can construct a tower with a jammer on top on this side whilst having a person on the other side, or I need to be able to get the jammer through. I am tempted to say that getting the jammer through isn't realistic, because there's not enough space physically for the jammer to fit through, while... I think I've solved it. I was so close before. The mistake I made is that I had the jammer jamming the wrong thing. Oh, hang on, I don't want the box on top, do I? Just the jammer. But no, I walk the jammer out of there. That's how this works. It's actually quite obvious now. There. Done. I mean, we were really on the cusp of the solution previously when I was walking around with the jammer jamming this, and I was establishing that even when I left when I put a solid object in the way of the force field and then came back round, it would remember what it was jamming. That was telling me that it was tracking the object that it was jamming and would try to remember to jam it. That should have given me the solution. There you go. Told you not to think too hard. Thank you. Goodness me. Rightio. Unfortunately, looking at the time, I'd probably better wrap up. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I was saying earlier about how, because these Talos Principle 2 streams haven't been all that popular, I might end up abandoning it, but then we've got a few more viewers, so I suppose I should give it at least one more streams go and see how it goes. Doesn't look like there's anyone online that I should particularly be raiding, so I guess we'll forgo a raid tonight. Next stream is going to be on Monday, and that's going to be... what am I doing on Monday? That's going to be more Dark Souls 2. Tuesday's going to be Bloodborne. Assuming I'm going ahead with the Talos Principle, then that'll be Wednesday. Then Thursday will be more Dark Souls, then Friday more Bloodborne, and if I'm still doing the Talos Principle, then that would be next Saturday. Like I say, I mean, I try to find a balance between games I enjoy and games people want to see. It's important to me to try and grow this channel, so I can't keep playing games that aren't popular. It's just not a luxury that I have. But I'm mostly bringing this up because I did make a point earlier tonight about how the Talos Principle 2 streams hadn't been going well. But I certainly think I'll go ahead with Wednesday's stream anyway, and we'll see how it goes. Thank you for the stream. You're very welcome. Thank you for joining me. Thank you to everyone that joined me. Thank you to everyone that kept me company in chat, and thank you to everyone that lurked. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you to Beamer for the raid. I appreciated that as well. And I hope you all have a wonderful night. Oh yeah, the obligatory, if my streaming schedule should change, then I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky Mastodon, and Meta Threads, and I would also announce it on our Discord server. So once again, thank you for joining me, everyone, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night! haven't transitioned, have I? Holdy on, eh? I forgot I was in studio mode. I'll very quickly just run through all the thank yous. Thank you to everyone, and good night.